Okay. Let's just make sure that all my ducks are in a row here. Okay, yeah. Okay. Looks like my mic is working. Okay, get myself all nice and comfortable. Hello. Hi. Welcome to my little corner of the internet. My name's Micah. And we are playing some Steins Gate again. I don't think I exactly remember where things left off, so... But I think we're in chapter 2 at this point. So, yeah, we'll just kind of see where it goes, because, yeah, I don't exactly remember where we left off. Okay. I leave my useless comrades behind and stride gallantly out of the lab. I step out onto the street. Immediately a bicycle skids to a stop in front of me. Hiyo, Kabe Rintaro. Suzuha gets off her bicycle and gives me a strange greeting. I want to ask her, are you an American or something? But I'm distracted by her shiny bicycle. It's the same bicycle that was in front of the Brawn Tube workshop yesterday. I guess it belongs to her. I wonder how much that set her back. I mean, it does look pretty expensive. Pretty nice technique there. Bicycles are fun, aren't they? I'd never ridden one before coming here. You'd never ridden a bicycle? Nope, I had ridden motorcycles before though. Isn't that backwards? Weird girl. And what's with that flashy braking back there? I think it'd be pretty dangerous if she did that all through the town. Beginners get cocky and get into accidents. You see that pattern all the time. If you're going to go full speed, at least wear a helmet. Going to work now? Yep. The Brawn Tube Workshop's shutters are open, but the shop itself never opens until around 11 or 12. I don't know exactly when. It seems to change with Mr. Braun's mood. That's perfect. There's something we need to talk about. Eh? But I need to get the shop ready for business. Just what does this crumbly old Brawn Tube workshop need to get ready? Nothing really, geez. I just mindlessly sweep in front of the shop. If I clean inside, the boss gets angry. Everything's where it needs to be, he says. So he's paying her to not clean? Something's wrong with that guy. So hear me out then. But I'm so tired. In other words, she doesn't feel like talking. I glare at her. You would be unwise to anger me. Does it have to be right now? My glare is not very effective. She doesn't falter at all. But I still maintain my stern expression and nod. Then go ahead. Suzuha shrugs her shoulders as she locks her bicycle, then she turns to me. But keep it short, okay? Where is the IBN 5100? No intel yet. What? I don't know. Oh. But by the way you talked yesterday, it sure sounded like you knew. No, I know someone who knows. Then take me to them. I won't take no for an answer. Refuse and I'll show you a living hell. I can't. Come on, I even said I'd show you a living hell. I can't introduce you, even if I wanted to. What do you mean? Don't tell me they're an imaginary... They've been dead for years. I'm sorry. Nah, it's okay. Anyway, there's nothing I can tell you. Honestly, I'm hoping you can tell me something. Suzuha pats me on the shoulders. Funny, you'd think I'm the one who's supposed to cheer her up. Just then, Mr. Braun opens the door and makes his appearance. Hey, part-timer, it's only your third day and you're late? Sorry, boss, the streets were a little crowded this morning. If you're not gonna take this seriously, I can always give you the boot here. As for you, Okabe, don't you lay a finger on my part-timer. Aren't you the lecherous one here, Mr. Braun? Why, you. Just try saying something like that in front of Nae. I'll murder ya. Gotta keep my honor as a father. Besides, I ain't got no use for a skinny kid like her. What was that? Take that back, boss. Suzuha's actually mad now. What? You mad? I'm not a kid. I'm a warrior. Ha! What are you talking about? Suzuha's burning passion has the manager shocked. I, on the other hand, am impressed. On impulse, I take Suzuha's hand and grasp it firmly. I like the look in your eyes, you part-time warrior. They shine with the radiance of the beast unseen in modern men. Never forget those eyes of yours, and you shall surely change class from part-time warrior to true warrior. But I'm already a warrior. Stay diligent in your training, and you shall have a place at my side on the field of Ragnarok. Ragnarok? Suzuha looks confused. What's that? The final battle against CERN. You've got something like that planned? Count me in if you do, but I've never heard of it. Of course you haven't. This is the first time I've revealed it, for I shall be the one to initiate Ragnarok, and the world shall be reborn. Wow, you sure are brave, Okabe Rintaro. You'll probably fail, but I like your spirit. I wish my comrades were as spirited as you are. Apparently Suzuha has comrades. I'd like her to introduce me. That way I can form my personal army, the Phoenix Crusaders. He calls them the Phoenix Crusaders. That's so dorky. Wait a sec. Why does she assume I'd fail at Ragnarok? Looks like I need to instill the fear of Hoenn Kyoma into this girl. Why does my store attract nothing but weirdos? Damn. Whatever, part-timer, just come inside. Coming! Later, Okabe Rintaro. Suzuha waves and winks at me as she heads inside the store. Wait up, Okurin! Then Mayuri comes down the stairs, passing Suzuha. So you're going to help me search after all? That's the lab mem spirit. Oh no, that's not it. I was thinking about buying lunch. She really is a glutton. It's not even lunchtime yet. So where do you plan to go? What to eat? Mayuri places her finger on her bottom lip in thought as she walks. Sanbo's beef bowl sounds good. This tiny high school girl truly has guts to enter Sanbo alone. That place isn't like the chain restaurants with their colorful menus and brightly lit interiors. First-timers are often cowed by the old-school atmosphere. Plus, the clientele is almost exclusively male, but Mayuri doesn't care. She just sits there, shoulder to shoulder with students and salarymen, smiling as she eats her beef bowl. Meanwhile, the Sanbists, regular Sanbo customers, are posting comments online like, "The goddess has arrived," or "Goddess for the win." But Sanbo isn't open this early. I try to warn her, but Mayuri is no longer there. She's gone. Mayuri disappears like this every so often, and each time she does, I wonder for one terrible second if she really has vanished from the world. I look around and see Mayuri standing at a distance. She's gazing up at the sky through the buildings. Here we go again. She stopped in the middle of the street, so other pedestrians look at her, wondering what she's doing. But she doesn't notice their stares. She slowly reaches out to the sky as if entranced, and then she freezes in that position. This is one of Mayuri's habits. I call it Stardust Handshake. Mayuri says that she's liked looking at the night sky ever since she was little. Her reason is romantic, or perhaps childish. I feel like I can reach the stars. When I asked her about it one day, she just smiled and gave that answer. At first she only reached out to the night sky, but lately she's been doing it without regard to the time of day. Like now, even when she's walking and talking with someone, something inside her just seems to switch on. Honestly, it's a little crazy. It's too early for stars, Mayuri. I walk up to Mayuri and call out to her. She slowly lowers her hand with a blank smile on her face. Did you know? Even during the day, the stars are still up there. Getting philosophical is nice and all, but it's dangerous to stop in the middle of the street. That's true. Oh, just now, when I was looking at the stars, I decided to have ramen for lunch today. How are ramen and stars even related? Mayuri's mind works in mysterious ways. I know I said I'd search for the IBN 5100, but I have no idea where to start. I spent about an hour in an internet cafe searching for information, but turned up nothing. I buy some mango juice. I called it mango. God damn it, it's mango. I buy some mango juice with tapioca from a juice stand inside Yodobashi. I lose myself in thought as I drink it. See, like, so many people love tapioca, and then I'm over here like, no. No, I don't like tapioca. I would rather the lychee. So I have to kind of, like, navigate how I make bubble tea, or how I order my bubble tea, rather, because, I can't have it so sweet where the lychee makes it even sweeter, because then that's just too sweet. It's Saturday, so it's starting to get crowded in front of the station. Some maids are distributing leaflets to... Some maids are distributing leaflets to the people coming out. I know Daru's well acquainted with retro PCs, but is there anyone else? Oh yeah, Shining Finger was obsessed with the IBN 5100, wasn't she? I'm really reluctant to contact that male demon, though. But ultimately, my feelings are trivial. Ragnarok hangs in the balance. But I decide not to bother. I finish my drink and wander towards Chuodori. Oh, but I have mail anyway. What's the button for that again? I don't remember. Then comes an email, almost as if on cue. Don't tell me. Is it the mail demon? Oh, so he pulls it out for me, thank God. Will you get back to me already? Moeka. It's like she can read my mind. I instinctively scan the area, searching for that gloomy woman in the crowd. No sign of her tailing me. Oh well, I guess I'll send her a reply. I don't know Shining Finger's phone number, so I'll just send her an email for the time being. In the email, I ask her to call and include my phone number. Now I just have to wait for her response. And there it is. Jesus, that's a quick reply. But I asked her to call, so why did she reply by email? You finally contacted me. I don't like talking on the phone, so let's exchange emails instead. Please, Moeka. Wait, she wants it by email? There's a lot to cover. I'd rather not have to type it all out. I need to find out her phone number. Give me your phone number along with any information you have on the IBN 5100. And send. I look up after finishing my email and see a huge crowd of people in front of Radican. I guess the satellite is still a big deal. The media presence hasn't died down since the day... The media presence hasn't died down since the day of the crash either. Radican is still closed. And of course, the satellite is still there. Not 30 seconds pass before I get a reply. Right as I'm about to look down and read the email, I catch sight of a familiar face in the crowd. Ah. Well, if it isn't my assistant, what are you doing here? Hey, when did I become your assistant? She looks like she'll snap at me, so to dampen her spirit, I go back to checking my email. I don't have anything. How about you, Moeka? What is wrong with this woman? I told her to tell me her phone number, and she just ignored me. And she doesn't even have any information. How useless can you be? Why are you glaring at me? Don't worry about it. You're not the cause of my frustration. Oh, so you're just raging? Don't glare at me. You've glared at me before, haven't you? That's because you keep doing pervy. Ah, no, I'm not saying anything. Another one? Tell me the Supahaka's address, Moeka. I want to snap my phone in half and throw it on the ground. What do you mean, tell me the Supahaka's address? You making fun of me with that? You're not getting anything from me. Oh, with the music note. Anyway, why does she need to send me 2 short consecutive emails? I mean, she might as well just combine them into one. Are the emails you're getting really that unpleasant? They're more unreasonable than unpleasant. I can't quite describe it in one word. Stop sending me all these short emails. I'm begging you, just gather your thoughts and send everything together. I feel a little satisfied after sending that email. I turn to Karisu again. So, Christina, what brings you here? If you're going to call me names, could you at least be consistent? Anyway, my business here doesn't concern you. Why are you pouting? I'm not pouting, I just don't want to get involved in your silly games again. Nonsense, you're already a lab mem. You have a duty to work for the benefit of the lab. Well, she is only a temporary member. No, it's because she's a temporary member that we need to get as much out of her as we can. I regret losing myself to curiosity back then. Karisu sighs and looks up at the satellite. We're not alone. Several other people are standing here and looking up. It's Akiba's latest tourist attraction. Did you come to see the satellite? I guess. It doesn't make sense. Normally they calculate satellites' orbits so that they burn up at the atmosphere when they fall, so how can that thing be in such perfect condition? And that's to say nothing about the huge hole it punched in the building. Are satellites that durable? Where's this satellite from, anyway? They still don't know. Rumors say it's from the former Soviet Union, but Russia denies it, so it looks like they can't remove it yet. 3 days have passed and it's still unknown. How interesting. I smell a conspiracy. So it's another organization cover-up. They knew I'd be at Radicon and tried to erase me. Organization? What's that? The organization is the organization. Its formal name is something else, but all those who know of its existence call it the organization out of fear. They rule the world from the shadows, transcending nations with politics, economics, religion, even science in their clutches. That's obviously a crackpot conspiracy theory. Thank you very much. Karisu hangs her head and blushes for some reason. Where's that tips thing? Oh, what is this? This phrase is commonly used on the internet as a way of punctuating a statement. It originates from a story posted on @channel in which a man tries to pass his bodily fluids off as a popular soft drink. It was obviously blank, thank you very much. Oh, okay, so that's just her admitting that she's like an internet user, I guess, when she says that. 本当にありがとうございました。I hope I said that right. 本当にありがとうございました。I think I said that right. What's wrong? Nothing, really nothing. Okay, say another word and I hit you. Crazy girl. Anyway, what's happened with the phone wave? I thought you didn't want to get involved, and it's not the phone wave, it's the phone wave name subject to change. Just answer me, have you learned anything? No progress. We've tried repeating the experiment, but at present we haven't been able to reproduce the discharge phenomenon or send another email to the past. I see. Another email. Damn you, Shining Finger! I said not to send so many short emails, but she doesn't seem to get it. I can't handle this mail demon. Let's save checking the email for later. You're pompous, but at least you have some manners. What do you mean? I hate people who play with their phones in the middle of a conversation. Ah, so that's why you grabbed my phone when we first met. When we first met? I didn't do that. Yeah, you did. There I was, giving my report when you grabbed my phone out of my hand. I shut my mouth before I finish. The events at Radicon. My story of what happened back then doesn't mesh with Daru's story. It didn't mesh with Mayuri's, and now it won't mesh with... And now it won't... English. And now it won't mesh Karisu's. So in the end, was that a dream? A hallucination? What? What do you mean giving your report? No, it's nothing. So about the phone wave name subject to change. After the experiment, you screamed something like, a time machine? It can't be. Did something awaken a past trauma? No, and don't go making one up either. Back when she was 5 years old, Christina was on the plains of Arkansas when lightning... I wasn't hit by lightning, and I was still living in Japan when I was 5. And why Arkansas? I was trying to imagine tranquil scenery, and the first state to come to mind was Arkansas. Second was Oregon. Not Utah? I mean, relatively speaking, isn't Utah more suitable? Then answer me, Christina. Why did you freak out back then? No reason. I simply didn't want to believe. Fringe science should stay in the realm of fiction. Fringe science? Don't be ridiculous. You saw it with your own eyes. You saw the email leap to the past. You saw the banana travel instantly through space. I saw, but we must be missing something. Or maybe we're just seeing what we want to see. Remember what I said at ATF? Time machines are just a pipe dream given modern technology. And yet a bunch of amateurs like you just stick a phone and a microwave together and expect time travel to occur? Ridiculous. But it did occur. Will you deny what you saw with your own eyes? Are you saying that theories trump reality? Then I hope you enjoy sophistry and word games, because that's all you'll ever have. What do you mean, word games? Quantum theory, for example. If you ask me, theories like that are nothing but word games. Wait, are you rejecting modern physics? Who do you think you are? Trust what you see. The only things that matter are things that happen. Things that don't happen, things that aren't observed, are just hypothesis. When hypothesis is that how you say that? When hypotheses pile up and theories are verified, they become reality. That's how modern physics comes to understand the truth of the universe. But sometimes your hypotheses are mistaken. Even Einstein was wrong about some things. So you're going to do nothing just because you could be wrong? Then enjoy your dirty little lab and your silly gadgets, because that's all you'll ever have. You'll never reach the truth that way. Failure teaches success. I see. Nice rebuttal. You're never getting off your high horse, are you? By the way, Christina, I've always felt that physicists are hypocrites. What? There are phenomena that everyone knows occur in reality, but which physicist refuses to research? Or, wait, what? There are phenomena that everyone knows occur in reality, but which physicists refuse to research. What do you think about that? I don't know what to say unless you can give me some examples. Ghosts, for instance. I had a feeling he was going in that direction. The occult? Really? You refuse to research it just because it's the occult? That contradicts what you just said. You'll never reach the truth that way. People have seen ghosts. There is even photographic evidence. So where are the theories? Why do physicists refuse to speak? It's a different field of study. You can't call physics the study of natural phenomena, then decide some things don't account. True, but... And that's why we must investigate the phenomenon of sending emails to the past. You shall assist me. No. Krisu gives me a clear-cut answer, along with her usual glare. So the genius girl really does hate me. I won't have a hand in your fringe science. I won't make the same mistake my father did. Your father? You make a fine argument, but it won't work in the scientific community. The day you decide to research time travel is the day you're out of a job. How can you be so certain? Because that's what happened to my father. Krisu grimaces. My father, a physicist, loved time machines. He was so fascinated by Wells's The Time Machine that he seriously studied time travel. But because of his obsession, he was practically exiled from the scientific community. I will never get involved with time travel research. This time her sheer force of will gives me pause. I think she's really pissed. I may have stepped on a landmine here. What do I do? If I get her any angrier, she might seriously hit me. Let's calm her down a little. Yeah, let's do that. But what should I say? I'm sorry, I got emotional. She apologizes first. Christina's calm character saves me. Wah ha ha ha! Don't worry about it. I wanted to test your character, so I made you angry on purpose. Huh? Anyway, the phone wave isn't a time machine. Email is a man-made system, so this phenomenon should be explainable in the scope of that system. I understand I had no... wait, what? I understand. I had no idea you hate time machines that much. It's almost like an allergy. I apologize for forcing you to become a lab mem. You don't have to come again. I wasn't planning on it. But know this, Christina. Don't call me Christina. Lab mem number 004 will be a retired member. That number is yours forever. That's actually kind of sweet. It's a very sweet sentiment. I don't know if he meant it to be a sweet sentiment, but like, it's still a sweet sentiment anyhow. Okay, now how do I get the phone again? Is it the help? Ah, here we go. How do I bring up the phone again? Phone trigger. There we go. Okay. No? What is it then? It's not that button, I guess. Oh god. Let's force skip. Or maybe it just won't let me pull up the phone right now? Because, like, these are supposed to be the phone triggers, so maybe it just won't let me pull up the phone right now. That very well could be it. I finish my speech and turn my back to Kurisu. I won't look back. I walk away slowly with my eyes closed. It's kind of hard to walk like this. Hope I don't bump into anyone. Wait, am I even walking straight? You look ridiculous. My shoulder is suddenly pulled from behind. I brace myself so I don't fall backwards. What are you doing? You ruined my perfectly staged exit scene, and you call yourself my assistant? No, I don't call myself your assistant, and besides, I still have something to ask you. Damn it, her stubbornness has already returned. I asked you about this before, but you said I got stabbed, right? I demand an explanation. Ah, yes, the other real-life phenomenon that has yet to be explained. That was just something I hallucinated. Let's just leave it at that for now. Why would you dream about me? I don't know, and it wasn't a dream, it was a hallucination. You said something about Dr. Nakabachi, didn't you? Dr. Nakabachi held a time machine presentation at Radicon that day. That presentation was cancelled because of the satellite crash. So it seems, but in my hallucination, the presentation proceeded as planned. Mayuri and I went to see it, and you came over to flirt with me. I don't flirt, especially not with idiots like you. Like I said, it wasn't real, okay? No, maybe this world is what isn't real. That would explain the riddle of the phone wave named subject to change. If this world is some kind of simulation, then we can disregard the laws of physics. Escapism? That's unexpectedly chicken of you. It's a hypothesis, your favorite thing. So who stabbed me? Don't tell me it was you. I recall the sight of Kurisu collapsed in a puddle of blood. It sends shivers down my spine. Was that really just a hallucination? It was too real. I can clearly remember the smell of blood. You were already dead when I got there. I didn't see who did it. I don't get it. Why do I have to die in your mind? You have something against me? Of course not. At that point in time, we had only spoken once. We were just strangers. Well, that one time we talked was during the events I imagined, so strictly speaking, at that point in time, all I knew about her was what I'd read in the magazine. Anyway, we didn't know each other. That's why I ran away instead of calling for an ambulance. My hero. What, you want me to go back in time and give you CPR or something? I need to use the phone wave named subject to change for that. I've heard enough. No more hallucinating about me, okay? Dying isn't fun, even if it's in someone else's head. I can't make any guarantees. That would require perfect 24-hour surveillance inside my brain. You have a comeback for everything, don't you? Kurisu shakes her head in exasperation, then turns and walks off towards the station. Looks like she wants to end the conversation. In revenge for last time, I grab Kurisu's slender shoulder from behind. Kya! What now? I'm not done talking. You trying to pick a fight? It's revenge for ruining my farewell scene, Christina. You shall regret your thoughtless actions. Okay, fine. What is it? About the IBN 5100. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't know, then forget about it. Farewell. We will not meet again. I turn my back to Kurisu. This time, I'll make a perfect... Hey, don't tell me to forget about it. She grabs my arm. Damn it, this is the second time. What is the IBN 5 whatever? Then I think it should be the IBN 5100. It's a retro PC from 1975. I'm looking for one. Yeah? What are you gonna do with it? Looks like she's interested. She was the same way when she came to the lab. I guess this girl is just brimming with curiosity. Interested? Kurisu quickly averts her eyes, but she doesn't let go of my arm. You're interested, aren't you? Just a little. Then I shall answer. The IBN 5100 is the key to unlocking CERN's most closely guarded secrets. CERN? You mean the CERN? Indeed. Through the tireless efforts of my faithful lab mems, we have uncovered evidence that CERN is reaching is researching time travel. Come, be astonished. Great, I shouldn't have asked. Krisu gives me a cold glare, then lets go and starts walking away. This time she's gone for good. Damn you! Just you watch. I will expose certain secrets if it's the last thing I do. And it's all because of, like, her and his grudge with her that he decides to do that at this point. Because, like, he probably wasn't as motivated until that moment. Like, honestly. Was I being annoying? I'm sorry, but I really need information on the IBN 5100, and you're the only lead I have right now. I'm relying on you, Okabe-kun. I swear I won't send any more short mails, so please don't abandon me. I need you to help me look for an IBN 5100. I promise to let you know as soon as I learn anything, so let's work together, okay? Moeka. Interesting. The next day, I decide to hit Akiba's computer parts stores. I did as much as I could yesterday, after parting with Kurisu, but no luck. Finding an IBN 5100 is obviously going to be a huge pain in the ass. I'm standing in the narrow tunnel that runs beside the Radican building. Small shops selling everything from motherboards to resistors to vacuum tubes line both sides of the tunnel. Here lie the vestiges of the old electric town, Akiba's conscience, so to speak. Casual otaku usually avoid stores like these. It's like a holy land that only true fanatics can enter. Not that I'm an expert on computer parts. Furthermore, these shops only sell parts, so it's actually kind of silly to be searching for a whole PC here. Still, something about the sight of all these electronics gets my blood pumping. I have to hide my excitement to maintain my dignity. If a storekeeper yells, "Hey kid, you're 10 years too young for this stuff," then I'll have no choice but to run. Fortunately, no one has yelled at me yet. In fact, the storekeepers seem to be ignoring me. They must be more open-minded than I thought. Or maybe they just don't care. I search each store in turn, but turn up neither hide nor hair of an IBN 5100. The ringing of my phone draws a sharp look from the nearest storekeeper. I force a smile and rush outside. Phew, that was close. I probably shouldn't go back in there today. I take a deep breath to calm myself down. That's when something strange catches my eye. There's a woman squatting on the ground nearby, her knees against her chest. In her hand is a gaudy purple phone. She's staring at the screen without moving a muscle. She's even more conspicuous. Conspicuous? She's even more conspicuous since nobody else is around. And on further inspection, I realize it's someone I know. See, I got an achievement for ignoring that phone trigger event, and it was Mayuri calling, and now I'm worried that I'm somehow, like, through actions I didn't realize I could take, I am doing stuff with the story, and I'm just kind of like, okay, like, should I have picked up the phone? Should I have picked up the phone? I probably should have picked up the phone, because, like, I got an achievement for ignoring the phone. Why am I getting an achievement for ignoring the phone? Timey Wimey shit fucks me up, man. Shining Finger. I call out to her, but she gives me no reaction. Shining Finger is just a name I made up, so I guess it's only natural. Her name was Moeko? No. Finger! I stand in front of her and call her name, well, the name I gave her, but she doesn't even look at me. Her fingers are typing rapidly on her phone, so she's definitely conscious. But she still looks dead. There's no life in her eyes. I'm actually worried, despite the heat. She's not sweating at all. Can't you hear me? Who? Hoen Kyoma, the mad scientist. She glances at me for maybe half a second, then goes right back to staring at her phone. Who? What? Can't you even remember people's faces? Of course I'm the one who forgot her name. I agreed to help you find an IBN 5100, remember? And this is the thanks I get? She twitches upon hearing the word IBN 5100. But she still doesn't look up. Okabe-kun. It's Hoen. Ignoring me, are you? Why won't you accept me as Hoen Kyoma? Sent email. Email? Well, I did just receive an email. Hi, Okabe-kun. Fancy meeting you here. Moeka. I nearly flip out. Is this really something you should say by email when the person is standing right in front of you? It wouldn't take 5 seconds to say it verbally. She's friendly enough in her emails, but in person she's a lump of unsociability. How can she write funny meeting you here without smiling at all? It makes me think the mails are coming from a different person. I suppose it is quite a coincidence. Were you looking through the part stores too? She doesn't even respond when I ask her a direct question. Another email. I looked, but I couldn't find anything. Moeka. Why won't you speak? Too hard. Isn't it harder to type everything out? My yelling does not have the desired effect. Instead of getting her act together, she buries her face into her knees. And why is she wearing such a short skirt? If she sits with her knees up like this, I can see everything. Not that there's a problem with that. I sigh, then turn and walk away. I buy 2 Max coffees from a nearby vending machine. The mails keep coming. I'm sorry. I apologize. So please come back. I'm more tired than angry. Besides, my search has hit a dead end, so I need whatever information she has on the IBN 5100. I can't just go home. Come to think of it, her name was Moeka, right? I remembered when I saw her email. I returned to Moeka with the 2 Max coffees in hand. Ah, Okabe-kun. She's finally on her feet. She glances at me, then breathes a sigh of relief. Want one? She timidly accepts the Max coffee I hand to her, but she doesn't move to open it. I wait for the coffee to cool down, open the tab, and take a sip. Sometimes this sweetness is just what I need. Why don't you talk? Emailing is easier. Like hell it is. Maybe she's just afraid of people. When I finally consider that, I'm taken aback by my own thoughtlessness. Of course, so that's what it is. Basically, she's afraid. Afraid of the insane mad scientist Hoenn Kyouma. Well, I can hardly blame her. In fact, I sympathize. Few indeed can withstand my aura of supreme madness. Okay. Okay, buddy. I'm weird, aren't I? No, you're normal. Really? For no matter how disciplined your mind is, you cannot resist. You have nothing to be ashamed of. In this world, there exists something called absolute eternal truth. It's a wall, immovable no matter how much you struggle. That's why people give up, abandon their dreams, choose a different path. But never forget this one thing. You hold within your heart your own Steins Gate. Steins Gate. All people, without exception, possess their own Steins Gate. As long as you have yours, you may follow any path without losing your way, just as I follow mine. What the fuck is a Steins Gate? Like, that would be great to know. The game is called Steins Gate, but I don't know what that is. Like... Answers. Answers. I would love answers, but I'm not anywhere near where the answers probably are. Moeka nods. Looks like I got her to understand. So, on to business. Do you have any information on the IBN 5100? Moeka answers by shaking her head slightly. How long have you been searching? About 2 months. Where have you looked? And of course, Moeka starts to move her fingers at high speed. Stores, online auction houses, the usual. Also tried asking on @channel, and I even walked around Akihabara asking people. Or so I say, but I've only talked to about 4 people, including you, Moeka. 4 people in 2 months, even though hordes of otaku come to Akiba each day. Have you tried talking to PC store employees? They'd know more than anyone else. Moeka shakes her head again. She's clearly not cut out for this job. Sincere as she may be, she's just wasting time. That editorial company she works for must be incompetent if they chose her as their investigator. Though I suppose it's also her fault for accepting the job despite her handicap. So what's your actual goal? To obtain an IBN 5100 or to investigate the urban legend? Both. I see. In that case, her search is limited to IBN 5100s in Akihabara. But I don't care about the urban legend, I just want to obtain an IBN 5100. My true goal is what comes afterwards. so I don't need to limit myself to IBN 5100s in Akihabara. I could just look online. I might be able to get one through auction. That would take time and money, though. If I don't find one in another few days, let's consider that option. Where do you plan to search next? I didn't quite hear you. Moika types out a mail at high speed. I honestly don't know where to turn. I've tried everything. She's useless. Don't worry, I have a network of informants at my disposal. Finding a retro PC should be no trouble at all. Moika looks at me for the first time today. I see respect in her eyes. Have you forgotten who I am? Hyoin Kyoma. I will stop at nothing to destroy the system and usher in a new era of chaos. Wahahaha! That's Okabe-kun's Steins Gate. Not Okabe, Hoenn! After parting with Shining Finger, I go to a nearby PC store to talk to an employee I happen to know. But naturally, he doesn't know where to find an IBN 5100 either. Apparently, it was easier to find retro PCs 10 years ago, back when there were more underground niche stores. Now those stores are all but vanished, driven out by stricter regulations and the inexorable spread of moe culture. So I can't really say it's Moeka's fault that she's not useful. After all, I'm stumped too, and this is only my second day searching. Hunting for an IBN 5100 on an internet auction site is starting to look more appealing than confining my search to Akiba. But again, that would take time and money. That reminds me, Mayuri called before I met with Shining Finger. It's rare for the absent-minded Mayuri to be the one to contact me. I'm usually the one to contact her. I wonder what she wanted. Should I try calling her back? But where could she be now? She's not at work, is she? If she is, then I probably won't be able to get a hold of her. Let's contact her, not by phone, but by email. If you need me, call again or send an email. I send an email and get a reply in a matter of minutes. Daru-kun says to call him. That's it? Call Daru? What does this mean? I guess there's no choice. I'll call Daru. What's up? It's me. Report the situation. Okarin? You're the only one who talks like that. Did you hear from Mayushi? No, she didn't tell me anything. Well, I'm at May Queen right now. Mayushi did some investigating. Sounds like Ferris-tan knows about the IBN 5100. What? Ferris? Don't tell me that cat girl and the IBN 5100 are connected somehow. I can't even imagine how they could be. I understand your confusion, but apparently there are a lot of retro PCs at her home. That's some unexpected good news. The tables have turned, and now I'm close to my goal. This too is the choice of Steins Gate. I don't get you. So is Ferris there? Of course, today's the Ferris Cup. Ferris Cup? What's that? I think I remember hearing about it, but I never really paid it any attention. When I showed Ferris-tan an image of the IBN 5100, she said she donated a similar PC to a shrine 10 years ago. Don't know if it's the one we want, though. She donated it to a shrine? That's an unexpected combination. PCs and shrines, consumer electronics, and ancient Shinto rituals. They're not even tangentially related. Which shrine? Didn't ask. My bad. Whatever, it's a lead. The only shrines in Akiba are Kanda, Myojin, and Yanabayashi Shrine. I don't know if Ferris was living in Akiba at the time, but at least it's a start. Well, I'm hanging up. The Ferris Cup is about to begin. I see. Daru, I'm sure you can do it. Be sure to win. Leave it to me! What the hell is a Ferris Cup anyway? No, more importantly, the shrine. Kanda Myojin is the larger and more popular shrine, so 9 out of 10 people would choose to donate something there. But when I inquire at the shrine office, nobody knows anything about an old computer. That leaves Yanabayashi Shrine. It's probably not there either, but I have to try. Who is this? What? All I can hear is noise. Wrong number? No, maybe. You're from the organization, aren't you? Is this a warning? You telling me to stop getting involved with CERN? Huh? It's a woman's voice. And she clearly doesn't understand what I'm talking about. You're not from the organization? No, it's Makise. Makise. Who? I think I remember this voice from somewhere. Sorry, but I don't remember. Tell me where we met. Paris or London? Akihabara. We saw each other yesterday, remember? Yesterday? Makise. Makise. Oh, my assistant! Not your assistant, Makise Kurisu. If you don't say Christina, then I have no way of knowing it's you. I'm not Christina either. How many times do I have to tell you? You never stop complaining, do you? Whose fault is that? Whose? Wait a minute, how do you know my phone number? Something's not right here. It's not like Kurisu's free of suspicion. She could still be a spy. Hashida-san told me. Now that's boring. So what is it, assistant? I said I'm not your assistant. What's the point? Where are you now? I'm headed to Yanabayashi Shrine. Ah, okay. Bye then. Huh? What? What was that? Is she messing with me? She's messing with me. How dare my assistant treat me like this? I shall scold her most harshly the next time we meet. She thinks she's all that just because she was published in a major journal. Your accomplishments mean nothing to me. What are you talking about? When I arrive at Yanabayashi Shrine, I find my assistant waiting there for some reason. She glares at me with her usual frown. What was that phone call about? I just wanted to ask you where you were, and since you said you were coming here, I came. Nobody asked you to come. And yet here I am. Why is she always in such a bad mood? Why did you come to see me? Not because I wanted to or anything, don't get me wrong. She just keeps those abusive words coming. I can't stop thinking about what you said yesterday. What I said? About the IBN 5100 and CERN. Of course! You're working for CERN, not the organization. You're here to kill me, aren't you? That's what I thought. You have the face of a killer. What's wrong with my face? How rude. Can you calm down a bit? You're always screwing around. I can't believe you're older than me. Calm down? You don't understand what it's like to live on the run, never knowing when the next assassin will strike. All I'm hearing is gibberish. You come here to pick a fight? I just want to know how the IBN 5100 and CERN are related. Don't you mean you're interested in CERN's time machine research? Be honest with yourself. Shut up! I'm not interested in time machines at all. More importantly, did you find an IBN 5100? That's why I'm here. Kurisu looks up at Yanabayashi Shrine's small archway. Or archway? Is it archway or archway? Potato potato? A shrine. Correct. Then with perfect timing, a beautiful girl, or boy, dressed in Miko garb appears from the nearby shrine office holding a bamboo broom. Ah, Oka Kyoma-san. Hello. Lukako, why don't you have it? Huh? Are you talking about Demon Sword Samidare? I thought I told you to carry it at all times. I'm sorry, but it gets in the way when I'm cleaning, so... What if they attack while you're cleaning? Nobody's going to come to your rescue, you know. That's true. I'll be more careful from now on. Hey, what are you two talking about? Lukako finally notices Kurisu and gives me a puzzled look. Who might this be? My assistant. No! What kind of introduction is that? I'm only telling the truth, Christina. You're not Japanese? I am Japanese. Anyway, Lukako, I need to talk to your father about... Wait! Introduce me properly! You want to be introduced? Properly? It's unnatural not to be introduced in this situation. I didn't come here to introduce you to Lukako. An introduction wouldn't take more than 10 seconds. What's wrong with you? Please don't fight. Lukako's flustered. Looks like he thinks we're fighting. This is Makise Kurisu, my assistant. Yeah, whatever, assistant, whatever. Ugh. Nice to meet you, Makise-san. I'm Urushibara... Am I saying this right? Urushibara Luka. Nice to meet you too. How old are you? 17 this year. A year younger than me. Oh really? Makise-san, you're so grown up. I can't believe we're only a year apart. That means you look old. She glares at me. No, that's not what I mean, you're very beautiful. Thanks. I think you're very cute. But he's a guy. I probably shouldn't tell her that. The shock from learning the truth might be enough to make her go back to America. You're introduced. Happy? Can we move on now? You are such a jerk. Anyway, Lukako, I require an audience with your father. Can you make it happen? Yes, sure, but why do you need to talk to my dad? It's a grave matter that concerns the future of mankind. The future of mankind? I'll go get him. Lukako races into the shrine office. He believes just about everything I say. He's really easy to deal with, unlike my rebellious assistant. Achoo! Oh no, did I catch a cold? Kurisu's sniffling should keep to her... what, huh? Kurisu's sniffling should keep her too occupied to scold me for a while. Lukako's father soon appears. Lukako is pretty flustered. He's practically dragging his father behind him. Hurry, Dad, hurry! Slow down a little. If you rush me, I'm going to fall. But the future of mankind is at stake. Oh, well, that's certainly serious. I've met Lukako's father several times before. He's a gentle, respectable adult, with the exception of how he raised Lukako. Apparently, the reason Lukako wears Miko garb is because his father requested it. What? Maybe his dad's a pervert. No, it's not like I mean to mock the Shinto priesthood or anything like that. That's weird, though. Why would your dad request you to wear the Miko garb if you're a dude? Like, I don't know. That's just weird, man. Ah, Hoenn-kun. It's been a while. Thank you for always taking care of Luka. The honor is mine. His name isn't Hoenn, it's Okabe. Oh, really? You there, assistant. Stop making things complicated. I'm just telling the truth. Tch, what did she come here for? Luka told me his name was Hoenn. Maybe Luka was just playing a trick on me. That's not it, Dad. Okabe-san is his real name, and Hoenn is, I am Hoenn. Okabe Rintaro is the name your parents gave you, right? Are you denying that? Just be quiet, zombie. Who's a zombie? It's great that you all get along. Luka's dad looks at Kurisu. Are you one of Luka's friends too? Please get along with Luka from now on too. As you can see, this child of mine is so delicate. Come on, Dad. Kurisu looks like she's going to cry for some reason. What's wrong? Is she upset that Luka's father assumes she's a friend? Kurisu notices my stare and quickly turns away. So, Hoenn-kun, did you need me for something? That's right. This is no time for idle chatter. This meeting will shape the course of Ragnarok. The future of mankind is, well, whatever. I'm a mad scientist, not some sort of hero. I explained to Lukako's father how I need the IBN 5100, and then I asked him if that retro PC was donated to Yanabayashi's shrine. Of course, I don't disclose any classified information, like how we plan to hack CERN or how this is all related to time machine research. I don't know if donated is the right word to use, but an old computer was entrusted to this shrine about 9 years ago. Eh? No, wait. Really? That's it! That has to be it! Please wait here. I'll go get it. Lukako's father comes back in about 10 minutes. His face is bright red and he's carrying a large cardboard box. His gait is fairly unsteady. I wonder if he'll be okay. Phew, it was hard to dig out. I think this is what you're looking for. Luka's dad places the box on the ground and takes a deep breath as he rubs his back. Was it that heavy? I thank him and take a look inside. An IBN 5100! Inside is a simple computer with an integrated monitor. The monitor is only about as big as a GPS screen. I compare it to the IBN 5100 image I got from Shining Finger. They look very similar. Ah, look at this! Lukako points to the logo between the tape drive and the monitor. It says IBN 5100 Portable Computer. Mwahahaha! Mwahahaha! Finally, I have solved Akiba's urban legend! This is the Phantom PC of Akihabara. It's in excellent condition. There's only a thin layer of dust on it, but it looks like we'll need to plug it in to see if it works. Now the problem is whether Lukaku's father will lend it to me. Urushibarashi. I'll be blunt. May I borrow this computer? Sure. Seriously? Is it okay for a priest to just lend property out like that? Items which were donated to the shrine? I've never heard of anything like that. That's why I was expecting him to refuse. When this was entrusted to us, the owner said this. If a young man ever appears and says that he needs this computer no matter what, please lend it to him with my blessings. I didn't think it would actually happen. To be honest, I'd forgotten about it entirely until you reminded me. I'm happy to lend it to you, Hoenn-kun, but please be sure to return it when you're done, okay? Wait. Someone left it with him on purpose 9 years ago for this moment. That means more Timey Wimey shit's happening! Of course. Thank you. I bow deeply, but in my heart, I'm grinning like a madman. I can't stop laughing. Things are going better than I anticipated. It's almost like everything's being handed to me on a silver platter. Because it is! It is, right? That's, like, it is! It literally is! And I don't know why! That's the thing! Now certain secrets will be laid bare. We can expose their wicked research and possibly even gather hints on the creation of a time machine. And then I can complete the first time machine in human history. Now I have to get the IBM 5100 back to the lab. But unfortunately, I don't have a car to transport it. In fact, I don't even have a license. Same goes for my assistant. Can't Americans start driving at 16? How come you don't have a license? What, something wrong with that? I spend all my time doing research. You're wasting your youth. I thought so too, until I met you. Now I realize I'm doing just fine. Touché. No fighting, please. Lukako's flustered again. You're a lifesaver, Lukako. Thank your father again for me. Luka's dad has already returned to the shrine office. Lukako nods. Your father is a lovely man. Eh? Lukako and I freeze at my assistant's nonchalant words. But my father is married. Adultery is bad. Huh? I see, assistant. So you like older men. Hey, wait, don't misunderstand, you two. That's not what I meant. I won't give up my father. But please don't cry. I just meant I was jealous of how well you get along with your father, that's all. Of course. I'm sorry for the weird misunderstanding. That was so rude of me. Don't cry. We've resolved the misunderstanding, so it's all okay. But in the depths of your heart lie feelings for Luka's dad. Die. Christina turns away. I decide to leave it at that. Angering her any further could lead to violence. Lukako, don't forget your practice swings with Samidare. Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Elsai Kongli. It's Kongru. Don't forget it. I'm sorry. Hey, what kind of lowlife teases a girl? I wouldn't know. Lukako is a guy. Oh my god. This is so fucking wild. I ignore Christina and lift up the box with the IBM 5100 inside. Ugh, God, it's heavy. I can barely get it off the ground. I put it down for now. Now I know why Luka's dad was red in the face when he brought this thing in. Is it that heavy? Pathetic. It's only as big as a CRT monitor. Then why don't you try carrying it? Then you'll understand. Crisia sighs, grabs both ends of the cardboard box, and lifts. Blech! She strains with all her might, but gives up without lifting it even a centimeter. It's really heavy. She blushes slightly, but still maintains her usual frown. My assistant seems to have a strong competitive spirit. This thing's got to weigh like 30 kilos. Maybe we should have borrowed a pushcart. Urushibara-san, is there one in the shrine? There is one, but actually it's broken. I'm sorry. Oh, is there some other place we could borrow? No, we don't need a push cart. Then how are you going to bring it back? It takes about 10 minutes to walk to your rundown lab from here. It may be too heavy for one person, but it's a different story for two. You and I just need to carry it together. Why else do you think I made you my assistant? So that's why. Well, if we carry it together, we might be able to manage, but I refuse. Huh? I said no. I'm pretty sure you said, but I refuse. Shut up, I said no. But I refuse is a famous manga quote. Could Kurisu be an channeler? The whole reason you made a lab mem, what? The whole reason you made me a lab mem was to borrow my knowledge. From this, it is elementary to derive the following. I won't do physical labor. I see. Then I guess I have no choice. I'll do my best to carry it, but... I glance at Lukako. He twitches when he notices my look, then timidly raises his hand with tears in his eyes. Then I will. Eh? You're going to help? Will you be okay? Yes, I'll do my best. No, Lukako, I shouldn't make you help me. I can manage by myself. But we're friends, Okabe-san. I want to help you. No, I'll do it myself. I'll help you. Then, me too. Please go ahead. Eh? What? Wahahaha! Don't you know, Christina? This is what you call a Japanese gag. You sneaky... Thanks for the backup, Lukako. Now that that's settled, my assistant will help me carry the computer, so you don't have to help. Thanks for the offer. Okay. If that's how it is, then. Now, assistant, since you volunteered, I won't let you refuse. Grab hold and heave. Fine. Kurisu and I lift up the cardboard box. The burden's considerably easier when distributed between two people. Why do we have to be face to face? We're positioned so that we're looking at each other. But there's no other way to hold it, so what can you do? Let's just go. I start to walk out of the shrine. Hey, stop, stop, stop! I said stop! You're a noisy one. Don't walk forwards, then I have to walk backwards. Let's walk sideways. Whatever, get moving, assistant. Hey, listen, please just listen. I can't walk backwards. Of course you can, you're my assistant. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I can't. I'm asking you to go sideways. No, I'm telling you to go sideways. Sideways! I'm going to fall! It's dark by the time we get to the lab. It's normally less than a 15-minute walk, but since Kurisu kept begging to take breaks, it ended up taking twice as long. Oh, we finally made it. I'm exhausted. If you didn't complain so much about every little thing, we would have gotten here sooner. Right back at you. You stopped to take a break at least 5 times along the way. That's because I wasn't feeling well. Are you okay? It's just, occasionally my right arm aches, and when it does, dark destructive impulses overcome my soul. Shut up, or I'll tear the peripheral nerves out of that arm. Holy crap, there's something wrong with this girl. Rip out my nerves? That's like something from last year's New Gen incidents. Okay, I'll shut up. What's the tips thing say about it? Fictional. The popular name for the string of bizarre serial murders that occurred in Shibuya 1 year ago. A total of 14 people died in all 17 incidents. The methods of murder were entirely unorthodox, which led to its cult popularity among the youth of Shibuya. The mass media dubbed this new generation madness. A 25-year-old man was arrested as the culprit, but passed away in the Shibuya earthquake immediately afterwards. To this day, rumors remain on the internet that he was not the true culprit. Okay. Let's bring the IBN 5100 into the lab. The final barrier awaits. We have to ascend this rickety building's narrow staircase. Shouldn't you get your friends to help? You're right. I check the window. The lab's lights are on. Huh? Part-time warrior comes out of the Bronze Tube workshop with perfect timing. If it isn't Okabe Rintaro, what you got there? You wanna know? Then I'll tell you. Wait, if you're just going to stand and talk, shouldn't we put the box down first? Yeah, actually, wait, this will only take a second. Well, what is it? What if I told you it's an IBN 5100? No way, you found it? Wow, way to go, Okabe Rintaro. I wish she'd stop calling me by my full name. If she's going to do that, she should at least call me Hyoin Kyoma. Where was it? Ugh, it's heavy. Krisu starts giving in. I'm about at my limit too. Let's put it down. Krisu and I place it on the ground gently so as not to damage the contents. So, where was it? Yanabayashi Shrine. Yanabayashi Shrine? You mean like a Shinto shrine? Yeah. Why was it there? Then suddenly Suzuha looks at Kurisu. Ah! She gasps, then approaches Kurisu until they're close enough to feel each other's breath. Yes? Makise Kurisu? Yes? For some reason, she stares at Kurisu with frightful intensity. Kurisu narrows her eyes in opposition. But what's going on here? I can't move a muscle, the air's so thick with tension. What is it? Have I done something wrong? Suzuha turns away and without looking back, disappears into the Bronze-Tube workshop. Who was that? Now Kurisu demands answers from me. She works part-time at that store. Why was she glaring at me? How should I know? Did you do something to make her angry? I've never seen her before in my life. How rude. Kurisu picked a fight with me the first time we met too, but that was a hallucination, so I don't say anything. I get Daru and Mayuri to come down and help us, and the four of us carry the IBN 5100 upstairs. Good work, everyone. With this, we can fight. Who are you fighting? CERN and the system that rules the world. If that's what makes you happy. Happy? I do not desire happiness. Have you forgotten? I am an insane mad scientist. What I desire is chaos. The time machine exists to bring chaos to the world. Wahahaha! Never mind happiness. You're like a junkie hyper-secreting beta endorphins. What the fuck are beta endorphins? A neurotransmitter secreted by the brain effectively suppresses pain and stress, producing euphoria. The effect known as runner's high can be explained by the secretion of these beta endorphins. So it's a real thing. Okay. Okarin? I don't want you doing bad things, remember? But wow, I can't believe you found one. You make the impossible look easy. That's why we love you. That's why we add... I certainly don't admire him. Eh? 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 For a moment, there is complete silence. It's all thanks to Mayushi! Mayuri obviously is... Mayuri, oblivious as always, puffs out her chest with pride. But I don't miss Kurisu's relieved sigh. She keeps dropping manga quotes. Does this mean what I think it means? Without Mayushi's info, Okarin would still be lost on the streets of Akiba. Mayuri's right. She did well this time. Anyway, it's time for Mayushi to go home. What about you, Chris-chan? Wanna go together? Thanks, but I'm going to stay here a little longer. Looks like Kurisu's interested in the IBN 5100 and CERN after all. That reminds me, I haven't filled her in yet. Okay, but you should go home before it gets too late. See you tomorrow, Tuturu! Mayuri waves her head as she leaves. Or waves her hand. I didn't get a good look at that. Backlog! Hand. I read head, but it was hand. Now then, Daru, when do you think we can use the IBN 5100 to hack CERN? Well... Daru talks as he plugs the IBN 5100's power adapter into the wall. He turns the machine on and the power supply begins to make a turbulent noise. Wow, it actually turned on. First, I need to learn how to use this thing. It looks like hooking it up is gonna be a pain. It might take a while. I can't play with this thing and search for the server admin's ID at the same time. Alright, prioritize the ID search. If possible, I'd like you to get the IBN 5100 ready to use this month, though. There's still 30 days left this month. It's not gonna take that long. That's my super hacka. Well? Have you found any leads yet? Nothing at all on my end. I've been to a lot of stores, but none of them had an IBN 5100 on display. Maybe I should have tried asking. Anyway, let me know if you found anything. Moeka. Oops. Hey, Okabe. What? I look up. Kurisu is glaring at me. What did you just call me? Oh, it's because I was on the phone in front of her. I called you Okabe. You called me Okabe? I take one step towards Kurisu. And she takes a step back. Time out, time out. Dario tries to hold me back, but I shake him off and take a step closer. Kurisu doesn't step back this time. Without taking her eyes off me, she bites her lip hard and curls her hands into fists. Did you just call me Okabe? I did. Problem? Yes, I'm younger than you, but you insist on calling me by ridiculous names like Christina and Zombie, so I don't think I need to show you any respect by adding san, and besides... That's not the problem. I am not Okabe. I am Hyoin Kyoma. How many times do I have to tell you, Christina? God, you're so full of yourself. From now on, call me Hyoin. That or Kyoma. No. Kurisu snaps at me and turns away. Are those tears I see in her eyes? Are you crying? I'm not crying. It's not like I was scared of you for a second there or anything, and I definitely wasn't relieved when you started talking like an idiot again, okay? She stalks over to the window and stares outside. I see her wipe her eyes with the back of her hand. Seems she was crying after all. Daru, why is my assistant crying? She said so herself just now. All I did was correct her on my name. Maybe she only acts strong but is actually weak on the inside. That would be pretty moe. Well, whatever, back to checking mail. But I'm thirsty from this hard day's work, so before that, I take a fresh Dr. P out of the fridge. Hey, aren't you going to tell me what's going on? I toss the bottle to Kurisu once she turns around. That is absolutely Dr. Pepper. That is 100% Dr. Pepper, and I am all here for it because that is my favorite. So the fact that the pro tag likes Dr. Pepper is pretty great. I'm loving it. Yeah. Kurisu tries to catch it, but fails magnificently. She picks the bottle up off the floor, then shoots me a glare. I'll explain in a second. Drink that while you wait. Gee, thanks. Batenin, I need to send a reply to Shining Finger. She ended up being no help at all, but I suppose I can't just say nothing. I got the goods. Over. I send as concise a message as possible. Now then. I turn back to Kurisu, but the reply comes before I can open my mouth. The goods? You found an IBN 5100? Gimme! Gimme? What nonsense is this? Sorry, but I'm not the owner. I can't just give it to you. I send that. Another instant reply. Gah. Let me borrow it. It's easy to imagine what will happen if I lend it to her. She'll disappear and I'll never see the IBN 5100 again. No borrowing either. You can visit our lab if you want to see it, but no touching. The address is Chiyodaku Sotokanda 323-6- Ohiyama Building, 2nd floor. I add the lab's address and send the mail. No more replies come. Sorry for the wait, Christina. I look up and see Kurisu drinking the Dr. P. Oh, you're a fan of the doc, I see. I've lived 7 years at its birthplace, after all. Excellent. We'll make great drinking buddies. I'm a minor. That's not what I meant. I meant Dr. P drinking buddies. Is that all you drink? Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and takes another swig, signaling me to talk. And so I explain how Daru and I hacked into CERN, and how they've already had the LHC in operation for 9 years, and how they've successfully created mini black holes, and how it looks like they're researching time travel, and also how they haven't disclosed any of that to the world. Krisu's expression grows more and more intense as she listens to the story. CERN certainly is acting strange, but how's the IBN 5100 involved? CERN's database uses an IBN 5100. So, the only way to decrypt that database is to use an IBN 5100 of our own. How do you know that? I have my sources. I don't drop Titor's name. I have no doubt this genius girl would laugh if I did. Krisu puts a finger to her lip, deep in thought. Setting the IBN 5100 in such aside, I want to see proof that CERN's really doing that sort of research. True, we didn't get any definite proof of CERN's time travel research last time we hacked them. Daru, will it take much longer to find the server admin's account? Actually, I was just thinking about doing that. It shouldn't take more than half a day, I guess. There you go. I'll wait until then. You'll wait? It's already getting dark. Why not go home for tonight and come back tomorrow morning? No thanks, I'll wait. I want to know as soon as possible, even if it's just a microsecond sooner. Hehehe, that's the spirit. You're already fascinated by the conspiracy. You can't help but want to know what lies at the heart of CERN. If what you guys are saying is true, then this isn't something to joke about. CERN is the world's top research institution. If they're doing secret experiments without publishing their results, they're making fools of scientists the world over. That's only if it's true, though. She finishes by emphasizing that point again. Doesn't look like she believes us. Anyway, Daru, I'll leave it to you. According to Daru's research, the IBN 5100 weighs 25 kilos. For now, we'll leave it on the shelf in the development room. We carry the cardboard box to the room, half dragging it. Krisu follows. Can you show me the phone wave? Indeed I can. Want to experiment? You haven't been able to send another email to the past yet, right? Do you know why? I can only shake my head. Let's run some tests. Krisu looks around the development room. Man, you have a ton of junk. It's not junk! Since you're new to the Future Gadget Laboratory, I'll explain. These are the glorious fruits of our science, the Future Gadgets. Future Gadgets 1 to 7 are stored here. The phone wave with which you are already familiar is Gadget number 8. Future Gadgets, huh? Krisu casually picks Future Gadget 4, Mode Snake. Mode Snake? Moed Snake? Up from the shelf and stares at it. Hey, isn't this a weapon? Future Gadget number 4, Mode Snake, designed after a Claymore landmine, is an instant humidifier. How confusing. Insert water and turn the power on, and in mere seconds it generates a thick cloud of steam. So it's junk. I thought so. Krisu sighs and returns Mode Snake to the shelf. I'm borrowing this. Without waiting for a reply, she grabs Daru's never-worn lab coat from the shelf and puts it on gallantly. Whoa! It's just not right without a lab coat. Overcome with emotion, I seize Krisu's hand and grasp it firmly. Hey! Assistant, you get it, don't you? Get what? Let go! If you're gonna do science, you need a lab coat, right? I told Daru over and over, but he wouldn't wear one. But my assistant is different. She put it on before I even said anything. I knew you were meant for this, Christina. You're the best assistant a mad scientist could ask for. I don't know if that's supposed to be a compliment, but it's coming off as an insult. Now let go. She shakes off my hand and turns her back to me. I'm giving you that lab coat to commemorate your joining the lab. Don't worry, it's never been worn. Or maybe this fateful encounter between you and that lab coat was decided by destiny long ago. Daru not wearing it was just another inevitability. This is the choice of Steins. Shut up so we can start the experiment. Krisu thrusts both hands into her lab coat's pockets, then bends down to look at the time machine now placed underneath the table. The previous experiment broke the table and even left a hole in the floor. There's a danger that will okay, yeah, I did read that right. There's a danger that will happen again if we successfully reproduce the discharge phenomenon, so unfortunately we'll have to leave it on the floor for now. So you haven't tampered with the microwave at all? I point to the X68000? Yeah, X68000. There's code on the screen. It's in terminal mode now. We can change the factory settings like this, make the microwave do things its manufacturer never intended. How was it set when the discharge phenomenon occurred? Nothing out of the ordinary. It was at factory settings. I'll take a banana. The bunch of bananas only has 3 bananas left. Those are Mayuri's. Oh, so I don't need your permission. So I don't need your permission then. I'll go buy new bananas tomorrow. Kurisu takes 1 banana from the bunch, squats down, and places it inside the phone wave named Subject to Change. She begins to type on her phone. She pushes send, and the phone wave named Subject to Change begins to turn backwards. After 120 seconds, the chime rings. Nothing happened. The banana is still in the microwave, unjellified. Ow! Kurisu yelps as she tries to take out the banana and quickly draws back her hand. She starts blowing on her fingers. It's hot, meaning the microwave functioned normally. This proves that the hidden function Mayuri found wasn't a freezing function, but we knew that already. Undaunted, Kurisu throws in a new banana and once again begins reverse rotation for 120 seconds. But the second banana warms up too. We can't reproduce the jellification phenomenon, much less send mail to the past. What does this mean? I guess what happened earlier was an irregularity after all. I don't know if it's an irregularity or not, but we ought to investigate the cause. I agree. We agree for once! But Kurisu's motives and my motives are probably the exact opposite. My assistant here wants to disprove my theory that the phone wave named Subject to Change is in fact a time machine. In the previous experiment, after sending 120 seconds in the phone wave named Subject to Change, the banana teleported back to the bunch jellified. We should consider that it returned to its state 120 seconds before. Wrong. If it returned to its state 120 seconds before, it wouldn't be jellified. So she wants to say that because it was jellified, it didn't travel back in time. The chicken returned to its frozen state without jellifying. That logic is dubious. Sure, it ended up frozen, but did you examine the possibility that it might have jellified first? No, I didn't. I think Mayuri ate the free-frozen chicken. Salt didn't jellify. You mean nothing changed. After the discharge phenomenon occurred last time, we spent all night experimenting with cabbage, radishes, rice, konjac, melon bread, crunchy kun, and cup noodles. Nothing happened. The same thing with liquids. On that day, our success rate took a 100-degree turn. Before the discharge phenomenon, everything succeeded. After the discharge phenomenon, everything failed. Is the microwave storing electricity? You said that jellified objects became fractal structured, right? Salt has a simple structure by nature, so maybe that had an effect, but how could electricity be related? Here, we should think under the assumptions of time travel theory. No, it's not good to start thinking from the conclusion. We've already had several successful experiments. You can't deny that. I'm not especially concerned whether this thing is a time machine or not. To begin with, it's physically impossible for this tiny little microwave to produce energy equivalent to the Big Bang. Kurisu frowns deeply. We can't reproduce the discharge phenomenon nor the fractalization. There should be a reason why. We haven't changed our methods. We haven't changed the settings. We haven't changed the experimental subjects either. There must be some other variable. Maybe it's the one who observes it. What do you mean by that? Quantum theory. The observer is an important element to the experiment. There were 4 of us here when the discharge phenomenon occurred last time, but before that, it occurred when Hashida-san was alone. Each time fractalization occurred, there were either 2 or 3 people observing. You and I each saw both of the phenomena. In other words, the conditions haven't changed. In that case, there must be some other variable. It's on the tip of my tongue. When I hear a rumbling sound from Kurisu's stomach. Or then I hear a rumbling sound from Kurisu's stomach. Hungry? Shut up! I haven't eaten anything since lunch. Kurisu turns away as she looks at her watch. It's already 8? Just eat a banana, but only one of the 2 we just warmed. They are, after all, the fruit of our experiments. Or you could take something from our stock of cup noodles. Don't want any? Well, since you have lived in America for so long, I guess you'd prefer fast food instead. Cup noodles. What? I'll have cup noodles. Cup noodles? What flavor? There's soy sauce flavor and chicken flavor. Chicken. She seems in the mood to eat. Also, do you have a fork? It's past midnight. At 8 o'clock, the 2 of us silently ate cup noodles and warm bananas. Dario said he didn't want any, and ever since then, we've been examining the phone wave, name subject to change. I've mainly focused on the terminal mode settings through the X68000. The programs Daru wrote are all wizard class though, so I can't understand most of them. Krisu's been examining the AC adapter and the lab's electrical switchboard for a while, though we stopped her when she tried to disassemble them. It's early morning and she still shows no sign of leaving. Where is she staying anyway? She's been in Japan for 1 or 2 months, and she did say she was going back to America this month. The trains aren't running this late, so I guess she might not be able to leave even if she wants to. But in that case, why didn't she leave before the train stopped? Don't tell me she plans to stay! No girls have ever stayed over at the lab. Mayuri has a curfew, so she always goes back home to Ikebukuro. Daru and I frequently stay here, though. It's not an exaggeration to say we live here half the time. Maybe it's normal for American girls to stay overnight in labs. Christina, is it okay to stay here this late? Perhaps you should contact your family. No need. What, do your parents let you do whatever you want? Krisu turns to me and sighs. I haven't seen my father in 7 years. My mother is in America. I'm living in a hotel right now. Understand? What? Living in a hotel? Well, true, renting an apartment for just a month is absurd, but... You damn celebrity, if you're American, then you should at least use a motel instead of a hotel, right? I'm not American, and there aren't any motels in the heart of Tokyo. What sort of hotel? What do you mean? It's a normal hotel in Ochanomizu. Ochanomizu? Then you can walk there from here, can't you? Sure. I see. That's why she's so flexible with her schedule. I finally understand. So, tell me about your father. Sorry? You said you haven't seen him in 7 years. Why do you care about my father? You're the one who mentioned him. Isn't that basically a hidden message saying, please give me some advice about my father, please? You're crazy. You are my assistant, and I can't let my assistant have any worries, so tell me everything that's on your mind. Krisu pouts and says no more. Instead, she glares at the circuit box on the wall. What's wrong? I have nothing to say to you. Oh, I know. Your father was a hero, but then he fell to evil, and now he wears a black mask and cape and goes, Hee-ko! Right? And in the future, you two are destined to fight, and... I think I heard Kurisu's teeth grind. You're really mad at me, aren't you? Don't make fun. Krisu doesn't look me in the eye, but her low voice tells me how mad she is. Of people's family issues like that, you're trampling on my heart. Could her father's situation be a landmine? Maybe I should apologize. I try to think of the words, but before I can say anything... Hell yeah! Daru's war cry echoes through the lab. Did you get it? Mission complete. Daru shows his white teeth in a wide grin as he gives a thumbs up. I got the server admin's ID and password. Now we can peep as much as we want. Hoo-yah! And the IBN 5100 database? That's separate, duh. The server admin's unrelated. I mean, it's a database with normally unreadable code, so there's a limit on who can access it. Doesn't look like even the lab director can access it. There are positions higher than that? There's something called the CERN Executive Council. So they call it a council, eh? What about it? It's a fitting name for our enemy. Krisu looks at me coldly. Whatever, let's leave the IBN 5100 database for another day. Run a search for data on time travel research. Okie dokie, that Z program we saw last time was suspicious, wasn't it? That and the Jellyman's report. We couldn't get concrete information on either before. Krisu stares holes into the monitor. Her angry expression has disappeared. Look carefully, and burn it into your eyes. The proof of CERN's actions, its deceit upon the world. Oh yeah, baby, found the LHC project supervisor. The supervisor, that's a pretty important post. Right now we're peeking inside his computer. Z program. Z obviously stands for Jelly. Zeri. Jelly starts with J. Jelly. Careless mistake, so uncool. Ahem, what I meant to say is that there's no way it would have such a simple name. The name's hiding something important. There has to be a double meaning. Daru, who's been searching through the logs, suddenly stops. Got it! I'm gonna save just in case. He displays a graphic on the monitor. It looks like a scan of a very old paper document. The letterhead reads Z Program, Top Secret. The program began in 1973. When was CERN formed? 1954. I asked Daru, but Kurisu answers instead, her tone flat. I thought that maybe CERN was formed with the Z program in mind, but 54 means my guess was off. When was the IBM 5100 put on market? 1975. So maybe that's why the IBM 5100 was central to CERN's operations. The years match, after all. No, that's wrong. It can't be something as stupidly simple as that. There has to be a worldwide conspiracy involved. Maybe IBM hid their proprietary programming language in the IBM 5100 for the sole purpose of its use in CERN's Z program. IBM and CERN are co-conspirators, and both of them are being manipulated from the shadows by an even larger organization. Yeah, that's way more interesting. Ugh, a JPEG? Come on, I can't copy-paste this. Daru mutters some complaint. The text isn't in French. Or... what? Okay, I did read that right. What's on screen right now looks like English. Actually, there's French, Dutch, and German versions too. The content looks the same, though. CERN's purpose heading into the 21st century shall be to establish control over space and time, thereby to enable the destruction of extant history and the creation of an everlasting utopia. Ruled by the committee that encompasses the entirety of past and future events. Kurisu suddenly starts speaking at a stilted clip. Oh right, Makise-shi can do English. Way to go, assistant. Your study abroad in America was all for the sake of today, wasn't it? Of course not. Stop assuming people's roles in your fantasy world. Daru relinquishes his chair, allowing Kurisu to sit in front of the computer. In order to maintain this project's secrecy and to allow its name to remain relevant in changing circumstances, we designate it the Z program. Z, like the Greek omega or the Cyrillic Ya. It is forbidden to assign any meaning to this name or to seek in it significance beyond the project itself. Negative returns are predicted should this edict be violated. The Z program is a top-secret project spanning international borders. Like electromagnetic wave research, it has been approved for top priority funding by the Committee of 300. Henceforth, all other research performed by CERN shall function to keep the Z program's existence secret. I guess Kurisu's reading the preface to a document. It's getting rather dull. Is there anything specific about what exactly the Z program is? Daru types on the keyboard from the side, bringing up another window. Ah, here. This can't be. Kurisu bends forward and stares wide-eyed at the words on the screen. What is it? The purpose of the Z program is to perform time-space displacement experiments by means of high-energy proton-proton collisions. Time-space displacement experiments. In other words, time travel! I have to struggle to keep from shouting. I quickly run over to the window and close it. It might make it hotter inside, but it would be worse if people outside overheard us. No way. It was true? You're telling me they've been deceiving the world for nearly 40 years? Just as I suspected, a great shadow lurks behind CERN, most likely the organization or one of its puppets. What organization, you chunbyo nutjob? At least try to be serious some of the time. Don't be ridiculous. My words are always grounded in truth. Anyway, shouldn't it be the committee instead of the organization? That's what it says here. The Committee of 300? I don't think they mean CERN's Executive Council. What are they talking about? The Unseen Masters, a secret organization rumored to manipulate the world behind the scenes. Some believe that the many secret societies spoken of by conspiracy theorists are all merely puppets of the Committee of 300. One theory states that the Committee of 300's ultimate goal is to establish a one-world government. With the exception of the elites, the world's population will be reduced to 1 billion, and that remaining 1 billion will be enslaved. Honestly, I could see that. I really could. 'Cause, like, look at what's happening in the United States right now, man. Just that alone. That alone, along with everything else with other countries, like, bro, we're fucked, man. We are so beyond fucked. The world is full of lies. It's not as beautiful as you think. Listen, Okarin. I am listening. The Committee of 300 is the dark power that controls every secret society, every government, every multinational corporation. You're making things up again. It's the truth. Google it if you don't believe me. Until now, the human race, for all its accomplishments, has never been able to overcome the barrier called time. The technology of time travel, which can break through that barrier, will change the course of human history. Literally. As it was when we split the atom, this forbidden fruit has the potential to grant us godlike power. Not a man exists who can resist its temptation. And naturally, all those with power will use any means at their disposal to obtain it. Human morality is naught but a joke to those who would stand with the gods. Understand, Christina? Wow, that was quite a speech. Since you seem to know so much about it, does that mean you're aiming for godhood too? What Hyoen Kyoma desires is the destruction of all who would call themselves gods, the collapse of their hateful system, and a glorious new age of chaos. Wah ha ha ha! I'm not asking Hyoen, I'm asking Okabe. I am Hoenn. In other words, you don't have your own reason. Damn you, assistant, how dare you attack my very identity. Forget about him, Makiseshi. Please keep reading. Daru, what do you mean forget about me? I'm tired of listening to conspiracy theories. I'm more interested in the Z program than your delusions. I told you, they're not delusions and they're not theories. But Daru does have a point. Our top priority now is to expose the dark side of the international research organization known as CERN. Continue, assistant. At least show respect when you're asking a favor. Though huffing out complaints, Kurisu obediently goes back to translating. Stage 1, construction and implementation of the Large Hadron Collider. Over the past half-century, beginning with the proton synchrotron completed in 1959, particle accelerator technology has reached the point where standardized results may be obtained. Stage 2, implementation and testing of lifter technology. The formation of more than 2 artificial localized singularities, as well as the formation of Kerr black holes, will become possible when this stage is complete. In order to hide the program's true goal, it is necessary to intentionally leak misinformation regarding the formation of black holes. Stage 3, animal experimentation. I don't like that one. Stage 4, Kurisu stops talking. She takes a deep breath, then finally mutters angrily, human experimentation. Yeah, I like that even less. For real? A chill runs up my spine. I admit it, some part of me still saw this as a game. I was elated to discover that an institution as respected as CERN was actually doing time travel research. After all, we ourselves had succeeded, whether by chance or design, in producing our own time travel phenomenon. I thought that maybe we could beat CERN to the first functional time machine design. And wouldn't that be something? But now, just like I said to Kurisu, the world is full of lies. Morals are meaningless. Was it really okay for us to get involved in this? Hey, Okarin, remember when we hacked in before? I'm pretty sure that email we read said this. Result, error, human is dead, mismatch. For details, see the Jellyman's report. Someone died? Could that have something to do with human experimentation? My throat goes dry. Cold sweat seeps through my brow, and it's not because of the heat. Kurisu and Daru are waiting for me to speak. Are they entrusting the decision to me? I ask myself, is this really okay? Are you sure? There's no turning back. True, but can I live with myself if I ignore this conspiracy? Daru, look up the Jellyman's report. Really? Really. But first, Christina. Eh? You should leave. Why are you suddenly... The Jellyman's report. It gives me a bad feeling. Once we see it, we can no longer return to our normal lives. You're a genius. You're already published, for crying out loud. There's no need to throw away your promising future. Are you worried about me? Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all. I keep telling you I'm not your assistant. Thanks for your concern, but I'm not leaving. We need to expose this truth to the world. No, it's too dangerous. You chickening out? We're powerless against this conspiracy. One wrong move and they'll have us erased. But still, this isn't a game. I'm not joking here. Fine, I won't tell anyone. Though her expression shows she still doesn't agree, she finally submits. But I'm not leaving. It'll keep me awake at night. You won't regret this? I won't, she declares firmly. I don't know if it's her competitive spirit, or if it's her bravery, or if she's just ignorant to the ways of the world, but it doesn't look like I can persuade her to back down. What about you, Daru? Prepared? Well, I am a super hacker. He's comfortable even in this situation. And with my skills, they'll never know we were there. That settles it. It's good that Mayuri's not here. I can't get her involved. I look Daru and Kurisu in the eye. Alright, let's begin. Kurisu gives the seat to Daru. Henceforth, this shall be known as Operation... How the fuck do you say that? Lejarn's chest? How the fuck do you say that? And it's Norse mythology? Okay, that does not help with the pronunciation. In Norse mythology, the gigantic chest protected by 9 locks that contains the cursed word. Levatian. Okay. Interesting. I'm still reading my Norse mythology book, so I don't even know if this is like a real thing or if it's a fake thing because it's in the Chunbyo section. It's probably like a real thing in mythology, but again, I haven't delved that deep into Norse mythology to know. So, we're just gonna go with it. Why Norse mythology? Is that Norse mythology? Because it's cool, I guess. Anyway, what is it with men in military terms? Daru, begin the operation. He soon finds the Jellyman's report. It required a second password authentication, which Daru broke through easily. Ready? I'm opening it. Daru looks at me and Kurisu. I wet my parched lips and nod. The air in the lab suddenly seems thicker. Unable to escape through the closed window, it surrounds us with an oppressive heat. Daru wipes the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, then timidly presses the enter key. The file opens. At first glance, it looks like a resume. There's a photograph on the top right. The top left has name, age, height, weight, and other information. In the center is a long string of English text. Underneath that, there's something attached, like a scan of a newspaper clipping with a black and white photo. And then I know. I know exactly what the Jellyman in Jellyman's report means. Oh. Does that mean that instead of a banana being jellified, it was a human being? Ugh. Jellyman's Report 10. Subject, James McCarthy, age 31, American. Z Program Stage 4, date of experiment, 2005-01-28, T1305. Kurisu bends over Daru's shoulder, reading the contents out loud. Results, error, human is dead, mismatch. That again. It is believed that due to infinite compression by supergravity, the subject could not endure passage through the singularity inside the Kerr black hole. April 3rd, 1921, New York City, an unidentified man was discovered dead in an alley off Union Square. The right half of his body was embedded in a nearby wall. Oh. So that's not good. They didn't time travel him properly into the past at all. It sounds like Kurisu is reading the newspaper article at the end. The man's body was completely jellified. I knew it! I knew it was gonna be a jellified human instead of a jellified banana! I knew it! Oh, God, that's gross. That is so gross. That is so gross. Okay, now we're on chapter 3. Butterfly effects divergence. Oh God, no, not the butterfly effect. No, they mentioned the butterfly effect at the beginning. I don't like this. Oh. Oh, this is getting creepy. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay. The ticking of the clock is like a hammer inside my head. It's past 2 a.m. The window is closed and the lab is silent but for the humming of the computer. We stare at the gruesome image displayed on the monitor, speechless. I was right. We're in too deep. I half expect guys in black suits and sunglasses to kick down the door and drag us off to a secret military prison. Better make sure the door's locked. What's going on here? Daru breaks the silence with a disbelieving whisper. They jellified someone? Upon hearing the familiar word jellified, I reflexively look at the bunch of bananas placed next to the computer. There's only one banana left. We didn't have a single successful experiment today, so none of them were jellified. But I don't think this is a mere coincidence. The jellified bananas produced by the phone wave named subject to change, and the jellified corpses produced by CERN's experiments. They seem identical in nature. They're experimenting on people. Krisu speaks calmly despite her grim expression. She doesn't even avert her eyes from the gruesome image. And this means they've created a time machine, doesn't it? Even if it's not perfect. Eh? I'm still in shock, so I don't quite grasp the meaning of Krisu's words. This New York Times article is from 1921, 90 years ago. Look. Krisu points to part of the black and white photograph, her finger shaking slightly. The jellified corpse of a man. She's pointing to his shoulder, which is writing on it. Perhaps it was printed on his clothes. It's fused onto the jellified body, but you can somehow manage to read it. CERN. So, CERN used the LHC to send someone back to 1921? Looks like they failed to keep him alive, though. Is this the only report? No, there's more. Looks like 14 people in total. More jellymen? That means more jellified people. More victims of human experimentation. I swallow hard. I'm awfully thirsty. I take a cold Dr. P out of the fridge and wet my throat. Show me the others. Daru pulls up another report. Without being told to, Kurisu begins translating out loud. Jellyman's Report 9. Subject, Dan Straysky? Age 26. Canadian? No, they got us Canadians! How dare they? And this is definitely in French. I recognize French writing. Oh my goodness. They got us Canadians into this. Ew. Z Program 4. Date of experiment 2004-9-6 T 1410. Oh, T must be time. So they're using military time. Okay. Results. Error. Human is dead. Mismatch. The newspaper clipping. I think it's in French. I can't read it. You can read the date though. January 31st, 2001. The location is Pau, France, I guess. 2001. That's fairly recent. A pretty big difference from James McCarthy, who jumped nearly 90 years back to 1921. Daru calls up a machine translation, giving us the following. January 31st, 2001. Collapsed male corpse discovered in forest outside Pau, France. Its left foot was fused to a tree trunk, and the body had jellified. Ew. That sounds terrible. Daru goes to the next report. Jellyman's Report 8. Subject, Linda Hill, age 25, British. Z Program 4, date of experiment, 2004-2-15, T 1345. Results, error, human is dead, mismatch. October 2nd, 1972, the jellified body of a woman was discovered on the streets of Dharmapuri in Tamil Nadu, India. I probably said none of that right. There were signs that the body had been run over by a car. Okay. Daru goes to the next page. Jellyman's Report 7. Subject, Michael Lang, age 33, German. Wow, there's like all sorts of nationalities mixed into this. Z Program 4, date of experiment, 2002-10-8, T 1328. Results, error, human is dead, mismatch. The article clipping is written in Japanese. Looks like a pre-war newspaper. That would make sense. May 24th, 1936. Oh yeah, it's a pre-war newspaper. Oh, yep. That makes a lot of sense. The corpse of what is believed to be a jellified human was discovered at the base of Mount Hiei in Kyoto? Is that how you say that? Hiei? It was in a damaged state, possibly from having slid down the slope. It even happened in Japan. I've never heard this story before. It was pre-war though, so I guess someone born in the 90s like me would have no way of knowing about it. Next page. The picture shows a beach, beautiful, but for the jellyfish-like body lying on the sand, it must have washed ashore. Jellyman's Report 6. Subject, Mark Hughes, age 30, American. Z Program 4, date of experiment, 2002, 8/23, T, 12:52. Result, error, human is dead, mismatch. On July 1st, 1985, a strange body washed ashore on the coast of Streymoy Faroe Islands. It appeared to be the body of an adult male, but its flesh was soft like that of a jellyfish. That's so fucking gross. Some of the island's inhabitants believe that it was the body of a merman. Don't like body horror shit. The inscription CERN was found near the body's shoulder, but CERN denies any involvement. Keep looking? I've seen enough. There are 14 of these people? The sites are spread throughout the world. What can we deduce from this? They must have sent them to those places. I don't think so. It's too random. There was something about Kerr black holes and gravity, right? Isn't that the cause? It is believed that due to infinite compression by supergravity, the subject could not endure passage through the Kerr black hole's singularity. That's what it said. What's a Kerr black hole? Is it different from a regular black hole? It's a theoretical black hole with a rotating singularity. Their existence hasn't been proven yet, not that there's any way to prove one exists. Kerr black hole. Where have I heard that term before? That's right, John Titor. Titor said his time machine used Kerr black holes. According to Titor, CERN finished their time machine in 2034, and then Titor himself came from 2036. It makes sense for Titor and CERN to be using the same time travel technology. Krisu closes her eyes in deep thought. Creating Kerr black holes? That's insane. If you screw up, it could swallow the Earth. And besides, Kerr black holes are just a theoretical construct. If Titor's predictions are a reality, then that means the LHC worst-case scenario video on YouTube was right. I don't know about Titor's predictions, but I've seen the problem video before. It was on the news 2 or 3 years ago. Problem video. A CG mock-up of an LHC-generated mini black hole swallowing the Earth went viral when it was uploaded to YouTube, a popular video sharing website, which we all know is in relation to YouTube. The gravitational forces inside a black hole are unbelievably powerful. It's certainly possible that passing through one could allow time displacement, but there's no way a human could do that and come out alive. That must be how these people got jellified. It wouldn't just jellify you, it would tear you apart particle from particle. Oh, that's disgusting. That's what a black hole does. Before we discuss this, shouldn't we look through the rest of their time machine research? Daru's already started pulling up new documents. I'm suddenly afraid. Is it okay to keep hacking CERN like this? Should I stop him? I'm the one who asked him to do it, but things have gotten serious now. But at the same time, irresistible curiosity wells up inside me. Time travel is becoming a reality. I want to know that it's true. I can't stop now. Here we go. There's a file in the Z program that explains time travel theory. That was pretty easy to find. CERN should have better security. Their security's fine. I'm just too good. Daru is my favorite right arm. I thought he was your super hacker. Hacker! So what does it say, Christina? This is in English too, so I have no choice but to rely on my assistant. Can you give me some time to read it? Krisu's eyes dart left and right across the lines. Her earlier reluctance has vanished. It looks like she's as curious as I am. No way. But this is... Is Titor really... What are you muttering about? Tell me what it says. Oh, right. You know, this feels like one big joke. What do you mean? It's almost the same as Titor's theory. Basically, the LHC smashes protons together at 99.9999991% the speed of light. Did I even say that right? 99.9999991. Yeah, I think I did it. By doing so, they compress a mass of 10 negative power 24 kilogram, I think is how you would say that, into an extremely tiny space of 10 negative 19 meters? I'm not good at math, okay? In Japanese, please. 3 lines, max. A small mass, thrust into a narrow space, with great force. That explanation's too vague. That explanation's too erotic. Huh? What part of it is erotic? Ah! Hashida, you pervert! Sounds like you have a pretty good imagination yourself. I'm not like you. Her blushing cheeks make her denial less than effective. Don't listen to this fool, Christina. Continue. Ugh. Oh, what were we talking about? Thrusting with great force. Proton compression. Right, successful compression generates a microsingularity, which... A microsingularity, not a mini black hole? Same thing, essentially. A singularity is the core of a black hole. This process generates a black hole with 2 microsingularities. A black hole with 2 cores? Like a cowlick with 2 hairs? No, I don't think that's it. Explain with cute girls. Fine, say there are 2 cute girls, Mick-chan and Crow-chan. Sisters are moe. Heh. Heh. By feeding Mick-chan and Crow-chan electrons, you can make them do whatever you want. Electric shock torture? This some sort of eroge? So you force them to rotate at an extremely high velocity. And then, theoretically, Mick-chan and Crow-chan transform into Magical Girl Ring Singularity. Cue stock transformation scene. Got it. Well, it looks like these 2 have found a common wavelength. The resulting black hole exhibits what's called the Kerr effect. What are Kerr black holes anyway? You said they spin, but what does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. But don't black holes usually spin? I mean, there's a whirlpool around the hole, right? The part that looks like it's spinning is just the surrounding matter being sucked into the black hole. A black hole is just a point where extreme mass causes gravitational collapse. Everything falls towards it. Since it's only a point, it doesn't spin. A Kerr black hole has a ring at its center, not a point. Think of it like this. Once transformed into magical girls, Mick-chan and Crow-chan's hearts spin like a ring inside their bodies, which is impossible for normal people. I'll pass on the girl. Before you said that such a black hole's existence would be impossible to prove. What did you mean? A black hole has what's called an event horizon. Once you pass the event horizon, time and space switch places. What's an event horizon? Also known as the Schwarzschild surface, in a black hole, there exists a point beyond which even light can no longer escape the black hole's immense gravity. This boundary is called the event horizon. Because light and other electromagnetic waves are responsible for conveying information, nothing that occurs within the event horizon can be observed from the outside. The center of a black hole is black because no light can escape from it. Okay. Time and space switch places? Right now we can move freely through space and into the future, but we can't move even 1 minute into the past. That becomes reversed. On the other side of the event horizon, moving freely through space becomes impossible, while moving freely through time becomes possible. I can't even imagine what that's like. Since unrestricted spatial movement is impossible, you can never escape a black hole. For example, if Okabe jumped into a black hole, time for him would stretch to infinity. Since light cannot escape, human eyes cannot see the other side of the event horizon. Observing a black hole from the outside is impossible, so nothing about the inside can be proven. There is an exception, however. This exception is vital when you use a Kerr black hole for time travel. Get to the point. The Kerr black hole's ring singularity. Since it's spinning, it has angular momentum. Like I said in Japanese, please. Didn't I already explain how the core spins? Just think of that as having momentum. If you keep giving Mik-chan and Kro-chan electrons, they'll rotate faster and faster. And when their angular momentum exceeds a certain threshold, the event horizon will disappear, and the singularity will become a naked singularity. Naked? You mean the magical girl costumes expose a lot of skin, right? When does the anime adaptation air? Kurisu and I ignore Daru's nonsense. A singularity is usually concealed by its event horizon, which renders observation impossible. A naked singularity is a singularity whose event horizon has been removed. It can therefore be observed and even traveled through. The existence of naked singularities is purely theoretical. Naked? You mean it becomes observable? When the event horizon disappears, there's no more reason for time and space to change places, meaning that you can enter a naked singularity without being trapped. And then the existence of the naked singularity allows the principle of causality to be violated and the general theory of relativity to fail. Oh man, just because of Daru being a pervert, the word violated brought an image to mind, and yep. The laws of physics are broken. Can such a thing exist? The negation of the theory of relativity and the principle of causality means serious paradoxes can occur. Didn't Kurisu say that earlier? Nothing in principle stops Kerr black holes from existing. It seems inconsistent, but the math never lies. Since the principle of causality fails, it would be possible to travel to the past by entering a naked singularity. John Titor said the same thing, so Titor's time machine is using CERN's technology. But Titor's time machine was compact, small enough to fit into a car. The LHC is 27 kilometers long, but they managed to get it down to travel size in just 24 years. One thing I don't understand is how they inject electrons into the singularity. Look, this is a picture of the LHC, but there's strange equipment installed at the proton collision site. It looks like they call it a lifter, but just what is it? Daru, have you heard of it? Lifter. I think I saw that in the Z program files. Wanna Google it? Daru opens up a browser window and enters lifter into a search engine. We've got hits. About 422,000 results. That many? I guess it's not a secret. Could this be it? Lonocraft? Or Ionocraft? Is that what? Ionocraft. Ions are charged particles. The meaning matches. We click on a link that says Ionocraft Lifter. It takes us to a video. Looks like some dim garage, but it doesn't seem like anything secretive, just a garage like you'd see in an average American home. At the center of the screen is a triangular shape made of some kind of metal. It looks about 10 centimeters high and about 30 centimeters wide. It's connected to some sort of generator by a thin wire. Looks like some really cheap equipment. That's all there is. Nothing else. After explaining something in some language I don't understand, Russian maybe, the person filming the video slowly turns the power on. And then, it's floating. The silvery triangle floats soundlessly into the air. Then it remains stationary. That's an anti-gravity device. Don't be ridiculous. That would be the breakthrough of the century. It's called an ionocraft, so it probably has something to do with electrodes and charged air. Kurisu doesn't sound as confident as she usually does. We look up information on the ionocraft lifter. Lots of sites have detailed instructions on how to make lifters, but I don't know how they work since the sites all give conflicting theories. CERN is using this lifter technology. It's a vital component of their time machine. If they can manipulate a microsingularity's mass and gravitational field, then these things really are anti-gravity devices. Well, under those exact conditions, I guess you might not be entirely wrong. Incredible! My curiosity is growing more by the second. But it looks like CERN's having trouble adjusting their lifter. They don't have full control over the microsingularity's gravity, so they can't make a true naked singularity. That must be the reason why the subjects turned into jellymen. Kurisu nods. Since the singularity is still closed, the subject is crushed by its tremendous gravity. As a result, substances become fractalized, Let's go with that hypothesis. Of course, there's no way to be sure that it's right. It might take months to prove. Krisu shrugs her shoulders in resignation. So CERN's lifter is still incomplete. If Titor is telling the truth, then CERN won't complete their time machine for another 24 years. If we can complete the phone wave name subject to change first, then we'll have outwitted CERN. We don't have half the equipment or funding CERN does. What makes you think you can solve a problem that they can't? This isn't that simple. CERN still hasn't figured out how to set the subject's destination in time or space. That should be evident by how scattered the Jellyman discoveries were. We don't even know if this is all of them. There could be Jellymen buried underground or floating in space. Actually, I'm almost certain there are. There's no point traveling through time if you end up in tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Earth. It's not practical at all. Titor said he had a variable gravity lock system. He can use that to lock onto the Earth's gravity and ensure he arrives somewhere on the planet's surface. Titor's explanation on that point was vague. He mentioned having such a device, but he didn't explain how it worked. But if you're only moving through time, won't you just arrive in the same location? Of course not. Why not? Because the Earth is always moving. Right, rotation and revolution. The Earth's rotational velocity is about 1,650 kilometers per hour. Its orbital velocity around the Sun is about 114,000 kilometers per hour. Meaning 1 hour ago, we were that far away from where we are now. Whoa, when you think about it like that, we're earth-shatteringly fast. And that's not all. The solar system is part of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way spins like a giant whirlpool. There are various theories, but basically the Earth moves about 50 million kilometers a day. How can she roll all those numbers so smoothly off her tongue? I get that she's a genius, but it's hardly common knowledge. Has she been doing research on the topic? We've kinda gotten to a ludicrous scale. By the way, the Milky Way is part of a large cluster of galaxies, which is itself part of an even larger supercluster. And these clusters are superclusters... And these clusters and superclusters might be moving too. If that's the case, we're moving even more than 50 million kilometers a day. The point is that setting the destination would require insane calculations, even if you only want to travel 1 second into the past. Doing it by hand is impossible, and it might take years for a supercomputer to come up with a solution just to get you to the same location. Have you bought Phantasm's debut single, Nya? It's the theme song, or Rainet Kakeru, so it's really popular. Ferris bought 5 copies, Nya. It's my duty as a Rainetter. Anyway, there's an important secret hidden in Phantasm's songs. The key to unlocking it is... Oops, the bell's ringing, Nya. Looks like someone's here. Better see who it is. Then did I even read that? I don't even know if I read that. Doing it by hand is impossible, and it might take years for a supercomputer to come up with a solution just to get you to the same location. Then we have no choice. We need to find Titor and borrow his variable gravity system. Great idea. Go for it! I wonder how CERN is dealing with this problem. After blowing me off, Kurisu goes back to reading CERN's documents. Daru and I aren't good with English, so there's nothing we can do but let her work. Dawn breaks. We stayed up all night again. Fighting drowsiness, I refill my mug with instant coffee. I've already lost count of how many I've had. Okabe. Kurisu hands her mug to me without looking away from the computer. I guess she expects me to refill it. Since when did I become her maid? She should ask Mayuri for stuff like this. Mayuri's a professional maid, after all. That said, Kurisu's the one reading CERN's documents right now. Daru and I can manage if we use translation software, but we're nowhere near as efficient as she is. While it's not exactly what I had in mind when I said I wanted to borrow her knowledge, it just goes to show that I was right to make her a lab mem. She's an asset to the lab. For now, at least, I should try not to upset her. I silently take the mug from Kurisu, dump in the powdered coffee, and pour in hot water from the pot. 2 packets of sugar, no milk. Kurisu has already requested it the same way 5 times today. I mix it well and bring it over to Krisu. She doesn't immediately realize I'm standing behind her, so I hold the mug in front of her face. Krisu takes it without turning. Thanks. Her eyes never leave the screen. She's completely absorbed in CERN's research. Even though she was adamant when she called them traitors to scientists everywhere, she's not above picking their brains. But I understand how she feels. I'm itching to know more myself. Daru is fast asleep on the sofa. His snoring is quite loud. Furthermore, it sounds like he has sleep apnea. I'm surprised Krisu has been able to ignore it. Is she just that focused? I decide to watch some TV. As always, the news channels are all covering the Radican satellite crash. 5 days have passed since the satellite crash, and with the start of summer vacation season, crowds are gathering to get a glimpse of the satellite, which still has not been removed. I came from Nagoya. I wanted to see it. I drove all the way from Saitama. It's amazing. Where did that thing come from? Yay, I'm a high school girl from Chiba! Tourists from all over Japan are flocking to this location. In an interview earlier today, Michael Byrne, spokesman for NASA, stated, that no satellite had crashed in Japan? That's a weird sentence. That's no satellite had crashed, what is this sentence? That no satellite had crashed in Japan, and that the crashed object was in fact not even a satellite. That is not English. The satellite is currently under police investigation. No date for removal has been set. Is it really under investigation? This could be another plot by the organization. Toot-toot-roo, good morning! Oh wait, should I say good afternoon? The door unlocks from outside and Mayuri comes in. I have 2 messages. Have you bought Phantasm's debut single? I read all that. Didn't I? Yeah, I read all that. I'm so hungry. I had to skip breakfast again today. I don't have much money on hand. Are there any good places to find insects or weeds around here? I can get by using my survival skills if I have to. That's a weird thing to say, but and it's also a weird thing to eat, but okay. She has a convenience store bag in hand. There are various food items inside, but it doesn't look like they're for us. Woo, the air in here is so thick! The 3 of us probably look pretty haggard since we stayed up all night, but it's hard to put on a bright smile now that I know about CERN. I'll refresh the air. Mayuri opens the window wide. The sky is so blue it hurts my eyes. Large clouds listlessly drift on the wind. It truly is a refreshing sight. Mayuri's appearance makes Daru get up with a grimace. Krisu also finally moves away from the computer, sipping her hot coffee while rubbing her eyes. I glance at the clock, then go to the center of the room and call for attention. Since all lab mems are present and accounted for, this is the perfect opportunity to hold another roundtable conference. Roundabout confluence? What's that? A meeting of lab mems. Have we ever done that before? Do you even have a round table? Not physically, however it exists in the hearts of all lab mems, am I mistaken? Yes, you're mistaken. Don't go sticking things in people's hearts. Is there one in Mayushi's too? Of course there is. Oh, that's good, but what's a roundabout? And why a round table, you King Arthur? I'm only a temporary lab mem anyway. These people whine about every little thing. Anyway, it's a roundtable conference. Mayuri wasn't here last night, so first let's explain the situation to her. I tell Mayuri about everything we discovered in her absence. About how CERN is making a time machine. About Jellymen. About how Men in Black might be coming to erase us for what we know. I told you shouldn't do bad things. Bad you say? We are bad? Absurd. If we're bad, then CERN is even worse. They aren't satisfied with ruling the world. Now they want to get their hands on space-time itself. I agree. For some reason, Krisu backs me up. What CERN is doing is unforgivable. They're traitors to humanity, to society, and to science. I guess. She doesn't sound convinced. I didn't want to get Mayuri involved, but she's surprisingly perceptive. She'd find out even if we kept it a secret, so it's better to just tell her. Anyway, Ragnarok can no longer be averted. The final battle with CERN is near. A large part of me is still afraid, but we've come too far to turn back now. We can't unlearn what we know. Reg in a rock? Norse mythology again? Christina, I ordered you to investigate CERN. What have you learned? I don't remember being ordered, but whatever. There are two problems CERN faces with time travel. First is the electron injection device, also known as a lifter. Unless they get it to function properly, they can't make the Kerr black hole singularities naked. If you send a test subject through the singularity in its current state, the supergravity compresses them to the micro level. Naturally, there's no way to survive. The second problem is that they can't specify a physical destination. They can't choose where they end up after traveling into the past. That's why I'd say the 14 found jellymen were the lucky ones. Over 100 human experiments have been performed since 2001. The remaining 80 or so people ended up somewhere they can't be found. Why can't they be found? Didn't you know, Mayushi? The world is constantly moving. Its rotational speed is 150 kilometers per hour, or 1,500 kilometers per hour, and its orbital speed is 114,000 kilometers per hour. Daru's tone is authoritative, but he's just relaying what he heard from Kurisu last night. CERN has been looking for solutions, but it's not going well. So even CERN is having difficulties? Now then, have you learned anything that could help us complete the phone wave name subject to change? Kurisu stares at the ceiling in thought. Well, I suppose we could call the LHC the world's largest microwave oven. Of course! In other words, the phone wave name subject to change is a miniature LHC. You might be onto something there. I was sure she'd deny it. In fact, I thought she'd yell at me. But instead she agreed with me. Throws me off a little. However, there are too many things we don't know about the phone wave. Why do the same phenomena that occur in CERN's time machine also occur in that tiny, tiny little microwave? Unlike the LHC, this thing wasn't made for time travel. It was made to warm Mayushi's chicken! Well, yeah. Since the Jellyman phenomenon occurs with the phone wave name subject to change, Mayuri's bananas must be reaching the Kerr black hole's ring singularity. It makes a black hole? Here? It won't suck us in, will it? If it sucked us in, we'd become Jellymen too. But we still haven't figured out the electric discharge phenomenon or the conditions required to cause it. During our experiments earlier, we were only able to send emails to the past during the discharge. Although it hasn't happened again, that discharge phenomenon could very well signify the injection of charge, that is, electrons. And only when it occurs does the path to the singularity open. We don't know the cause of the discharge phenomenon. That's what we need to find out. In the first place, the emails we're sending to the past are digital data, not physical objects. That's a definite difference from CERN's time machine. No, we're doing the same thing. Who's to say that digital data can't go through a singularity? I think it would be easier than sending something human-sized. Well, I suppose that's true. You know, the way you guys talk about email, it makes me think of folding a letter into a paper airplane and making it go zoom, you know? It's more like a beam of light, like optical digital data. By the way, it's a pain to keep saying emails sent to the past. Let's give it a proper name. I've got a bad feeling about this. What's that supposed to mean? You dare mock Hoenn Kyoma? You just want to give it some oddball name, don't you? How rude. Heed me. I shall name the phenomenon of email sent to the past as follows. The name shall be... Nostalgia Drive. Confusing. Rejected. Why you? Who gave you the authority to reject my ideas? You're just an assistant. Then why don't we take a vote? All in favor of Nostalgia Drive. My hand shoots into the air, but nobody follows suit. Have you forsaken me, Daru? Mayuri? Christian's right. It's too hard for Mayushi to remember. It's way too chuny, man. Traitors. Fine, then let's hear alternatives. Don't tell me you rejected my idea without having any bright ideas of your own. I think it needs to be something easy to understand. It's an email that regresses through time. So how about retro mail? What does retro mean? Mayuri is busy eating strawberry jelly. How can she eat that stuff after hearing about Jellymen? Sounds like you have your answer, Christina. You said it should be easy to understand, but it wasn't easy to understand at all, was it? But that's because Mayuri-san is... never mind. Were you about to say because Mayuri's dumb? No! Chris-chan, do you think Mayushi's dumb? I don't. I promise I don't, okay? Somehow Kurisu manages to glare at me even while soothing Mayuri. I vote the male who leapt through time. That's too stiff, it's hard to say. It's better than your nostalgic expialidocious nonsense, and mine makes a movie title referent. That's not cool. It needs to be cool. You're rejecting it for that? Tuturu, Mayushi has an idea. How about back to the male? I took a movie title and changed a word to male. I already did the movie joke, Mayushi. Besides, I think the meaning is a little off. She probably meant mail to the future, but our emails go to the past. It's not about the meaning. I took a movie title and changed a word to mail. Either way, it's too long. Then how about DeLorean mail? That doesn't even say what kind of email it is. Hey, we don't have time for this nonsense. Let's just abbreviate it to D-mail and move on. But that's boring. They say it, but I think it's supposed to be I. I don't care if it's boring. Shot down. Kurisu's influence in the lab seems to have grown significantly these past few days. D-mail it is! Mayuri, finished with her jelly, proclaims in satisfaction. Wait, when did Mayuri become the moderator? So why does the D-mail phenomenon occur? Because the path through the ring singularity is open. We've been over this already. We don't know if there's actually a black hole at work here. It could be an entirely different phenomenon that just happens to resemble CERN's experiments. It's dangerous to jump to conclusions. Why so timid? Don't you want our time travel experiments to succeed? That's why we put our lives on the line to hack CERN. What we need to figure out is how to turn the phone wave named Subject to Change into a usable time machine. Do you really think that's possible? There is no think, only do. What, did you read that off a motivational poster? You're like the classic incompetent boss. Damn you, you dare insult the insane mad scientist Hoen Kyoma? Well, it's not like Okarin's the boss anyway. Indeed, I am the symbol of this lab, not the boss. I don't know what you mean by symbol, but how do you plan to turn the phone wave into a time machine? Let's have details. My plan... Alright, there is one thing. We've been thinking that the electrical discharge happens at random, but I have a hypothesis. Which is... I look at my watch. It's past noon. Recall the conditions when it occurred, Christina. We experimented through the night with no results, but there's one variable we overlooked. The simplest, most definitive variable of all. That is, the time of the occurrence. I checked the times of the two previous occurrences. When I accidentally sent the first email to Daru's phone, it happened between noon and 1 p.m. The second time, when all four of us observed the D-mail, it was 6 p.m. So if we perform the experiment within that time frame, we might be able to reproduce the effect. Let's try it right now. Kurisu bolts into the development room, suddenly bursting with enthusiasm. Well, I'm glad to see she has her priorities straight. Miyushi's banana supply is getting low. Gotta buy more. Only one banana remains untouched. We got rid of the jellified bananas and then we ate the rest. Sorry, Mayuri-san. I'll go buy you some new bananas later. Really? Yay! Okarin and Daru can eat my bananas, but they never buy new ones. I'll be sure to amend that in the future. A bunch of bananas is a small price to pay in order to bring chaos to the world. Kurisu picks the last banana off the stem, leans under the table, and places it inside the microwave. Alright, I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna just take short breaks, because my legs are getting a little sore. And my voice is getting a little tired. So I think if I take a short break, then that'll help get us through. So... take a bathroom break, eat some food, drink some water, whatever it is you need to do, and then I will be back. Okay. And we're back. First, let's see if it'll become a jelly man. Ugh! She tries to get up and gloriously bangs her head underneath the table. Trying for the clumsy girl appeal? It was an accident. Krisu gets up, blushing in embarrassment with tears in her eyes. Put the microwave somewhere else. It's dangerous and hard to reach like this. It'll punch through the floor if we put it on the table. Christian, pain, go away. Mayuri pats the back of Krisu's head, then sweeps her hand through the air. Thanks, Mayuri-san. Krisu pulls herself together, types on her phone, and activates the phone wave named Subject to Change. The banana inside the microwave slowly begins to spin backwards as the timer counts down. Ah! Krisu, who is peering into the microwave, suddenly shouts in surprise. The banana has vanished. At the exact same moment, the banana reappears on its stem, jellified. Whoa! It became a gel banana. Just as I suspected, the critical variable was time. I was a little anxious about the result, but it all worked out. I outwitted the impertinent genius girl. Now my position as symbol of the lab is secure. Well, way to go, Okabe. It was so simple, I didn't notice it. Krisu says with a slightly sulky expression. You're praised as you credit, Christina, but I know you're frustrated you didn't think of it first. Anyway, let's see if we can send another D-mail. Krisu ignores my proud laughter and excitedly starts typing out a mail. Gah, I feel like my authority has been on the decline since that girl showed up. It's cool, man. You never had any to begin with. Help me, you two. Okabe, I'm sending an email to your phone. When did I become her assistant? I grind my teeth in frustration, but I do as I'm told and insert my phone into the phone wave named Subject to Change's slot. What are you gonna send, Chris-chan? Mayuri presses up against Krisu and sneaks a peek at Krisu's phone. It doesn't matter what it says. What matters is whether we can send it or not. Let me see. Okabe is an airhead... Wait, you there, assistant. What are you typing? You'll see. Ready? I'm sending it. Daru has already set the microwave's timer through the X68000. There's nothing inside, but the microwave still operates. The countdown starts from 120. This is where the timing counts. We know that we have to open the microwave door during operation, but we still don't know when to send the mail. For now, we'll do them simultaneously. Krisu readies her finger on the phone's send button. I grasp the microwave's door handle. Mayuri seeks cover. Starting the countdown. The microwave timer soon indicates 70. 3, 2, 1, 0. Krisu presses send, and at nearly the same instant, I open the microwave door. Phew! It's working, you guys! Lightning crackles in the air. The cushion underneath the phone wave named Subject to Change collapses under the weight. The floor starts creaking. It's exactly like the discharge phenomenon that occurred before. The discharge lasts for about 10 seconds. After it subsides, we stare at the phone wave named Subject to Change with bated breath. Luckily, it didn't break through the floor. Did it arrive? I disconnect my phone from the phone wave named Subject to Change and check my mail. Krisu stands beside me and peers at the screen. Airhead. Okabe is An. There's an email there, 2 of them even, and they're written in English. The timestamps are from 5 days ago. Krisu starts laughing when she sees the mail, even though she's the one who wrote it. The Okabe in the first one is obviously my name. But what does airhead in the second one mean? My English is shaky. Is she saying my head can fly or something? Whatever. I may not know what it means, but I do know this. My assistant is making fun of me. But that doesn't matter right now. Christina, did you send 2 emails? Eh? No, I only sent 1. Mayushi saw it too. She really only sent 1. But I received 2. You're right. I even sent it in 1 sentence, but it got divided. By the way, what does this word mean? Why don't you look it up? I guess she doesn't want to answer. That reminds me, the D-mail from before was cut up mid-sentence too. Was it? Yeah, look at your history. I'm pretty sure I sent Okarin's a perv. Yep. You're right. This one got split too. I wonder what's causing it. Maybe it's related to the Jellyman. Mayushi wants to know why it arrived 5 days ago. Good point. Didn't the last one also arrive 5 days before we sent it? Yeah, it did. Is there some kind of rule for when it arrives? Let's try sending more. Mayuri's right. Now that we figured out how to send emails, we should keep experimenting and collect as much data as we can. Alright, Lab Mems, battle stations! He's at it again. Our mission, to send as many D-mails as possible. Daru, man the X-68000. Your job is to observe, adjust, and gather information on the phone wave names subject to change. Assistant, keep those mails coming. Try various patterns of text. Japanese, English, full width, half width, emoticons. The actual messages don't matter. I'm sure Shining Finger would be better for the job, but since she's not a lab mem, I'll leave it to Kurisu. What about Mayushi? Your mission is to go shopping. Just buy some bananas for now. I, Ho, and Kyoma shall fund you. Wow, you're so generous. So I guess your job is opening the microwave. Whoa, you saved the easiest job for yourself? Heh, no, my assistant's judgment is sound. The key to a successful D-mail is most likely the correct timing of opening the microwave door. I was just kidding. Wahahaha! Leave this task to Ho and Kyoma. I shall open this door with precision, boldness, and delicacy, as if it were the flesh of a beautiful woman. Okarin, that's naughty. Furthermore, the current operation is top secret. You must not leak it to anyone. Got it? Mayuri nods. The others are ignoring me. Now I shall give this operation a name. It shall be known as Don't need one. Let's start. What? But you ruined my climactic scene. Damn you, assistant. This is an outrage. Okay. The eldest of the 3 Norns, goddesses of fate. In Norse mythology, the 3 sisters tend the world tree, Yggdrasil, which has roots in Urd's fountain. Urd is the Norn of the past. Okay. Afterwards, the D-mail experiment, its name is Operation Urd, though I lost my chance to announce it, continues for 2 hours. During that time, every D-mail goes back in time without a hitch. Now it's time to take a break. We're all hungry, and except for Mayuri, we've been up since last night. Go ahead and rest. I'm gonna have a go at it a little longer. She's been going at it for hours, and she's still full of energy. It's hard to believe she was so opposed to time travel research before. Her scientist blood must be on fire. We've made a number of discoveries, but we can wait to assess them until after we eat. Daru and I leave the 2 girls to watch over the lab as we go shopping at the convenience store. We return from the convenience store to find the Brawn Tube Workshop's one and only part-time warrior standing in front of the building. She's stretching. Sup? She notices me and calls out without stopping her exercises. What shenanigans are you up to this early in the morning? Shenanigans? This girl has a thing for unusual words. The kind you wouldn't believe. We're building the first time machine in human history. Huh, cool. Hey, shouldn't you be more surprised? Can't blame her for being skeptical. I didn't think it was possible either. And isn't that top secret? I thought you didn't want anyone to know. Crap! Part-time warrior, please keep what I just said a secret. Sure. By the way... Part-time warrior glances at the Brawn Tube Workshop. The boss is really pissed. Why? The noise, whatever you're doing up there, it's got the whole building shaking. Dust everywhere. Kinda like an air raid. He was saying stuff like, "What's that nutcase doing? I'ma raise his damn rent." Maybe you should go apologize. Oh boy, what if he kicks us out? Alright, leave it to me. Daru, go tell my assistant to lay off the experiments for now. Roger that. I won't forget you, soldier. Daru salutes, then races up to the second floor. By the way, is Makise Kurisu here too? Yeah. Come to think of it, she did pick a fight with Christina yesterday. Have you met before? No. Yesterday was first contact. First contact? That's a strange way of putting it. Oh, really? Weren't you a little hostile for a first contact? She's my enemy. What? I barely heard her. Her voice was so low. I'm about to ask her to repeat herself, but Suzuha is staring at the ground in silence. She obviously doesn't want to talk about this. Did she call Kurisu her enemy? But that doesn't make sense. How can she be your enemy? You just met, right? Yeah. Did she do something to you? Not to me. What does that mean? She did something to someone else? If you want, I can go talk things over with Christina. It doesn't really matter. Maybe you're blaming the wrong person? Jeez, give it a rest. She hits me with a glare. Anyway, shouldn't you apologize to the boss instead of talking to me? Heh, actually I'm getting cold feet. But I am Hoenn Kyouma, the mad scientist who brings chaos to the world. I can't falter now. I steel myself and enter the Braun Tube workshop. Part-time warrior follows me inside. I have come! Master Braun is sitting at the counter inside, slurping delivery ramen. Even when I enter, he doesn't look away from the huge 42-inch CRT. It's showing some news show's report on some celebrity divorce. Part-time warrior doesn't say anything. She's just going to stand there and watch him rip me a new one. Hey, Okabe, the hell are you doing up there? Straight to the punch. He doesn't take his eyes off the TV, nor does he stop slurping his ramen. Yet despite his sedentary posture, he exudes extraordinary pressure. But now is not the time to falter. We're currently conducting experiments that will change the course of human history. The discoveries we make today will shape the world for centuries. I don't care what games you guys play. I'm the owner of this building. Got it? And the building's really worn out. You keep shaking it like that, you could bring the whole damn thing down on our heads. Better keep quiet about the dent in the floor. Very interesting, Mr. Braun. Don't tell me you forged this building's earthquake safety certificate. What if I did? Holy crap. Maybe we should seek shelter soon. It's been properly reinforced, but regardless, you guys are still shaking it too much. Huh, so what if a few buildings collapse? What's that? As I've said countless times before, our current experiment is of vital importance to the history of science. No, to the history of human civilization itself. It's more important than prolonging this building's lifetime for another 10 or so measly years. The building starts shaking again as soon as I finish speaking. Flakes of concrete start falling from the ceiling. The 42-inch CRT's image goes to static. Damn it, Daru, what are you doing? I thought I told you to stop the experiments. Okabe! He's glaring at me. The ceiling is falling, you dumbass. Some got into my ramen. What are you gonna do about it, huh? No more shaking. Or I'll raise your rent by 10,000. What? If you raise it 10,000 yen, we're ruined. Leave it to me, Mr. Braun. On my honor, I swear there won't be any more shaking today. With that, I race out of the Braun Tube workshop. Christina, stop the experiments at once. When I burst into the lab, I find the three of them in the middle of lunch. Mayuri has juicy chicken #1. Daru has a convenient store-boxed lunch. Kurisu's eating cup noodles with a fork. Sorry, Okarin, Mayushi tried to warm up some chicken. I accidentally put it through reverse rotation and then it started sparking. I see. I sent you an email, didn't you get it? Your sarcasm is not appreciated, Christina. You know as well as I do that my phone is still attached to the phone wave names subject to change. I disconnect my phone from the phone wave names subject to change while grinding my teeth. How many did they send? One more, please. Stop screwing around. I'm the one who has to deal with Mr. Braun. But I gave you 5 days advance notice. Well, yeah, the timestamp's from 5 days ago, but... Was he mad? Yeah, I could feel his killing aura. Daru turns pale, but the two girls don't seem to care. They know not the wrath of Mr. Braun. Ignorance is bliss. Kyomo-san, are you familiar with Garo froggies? They were a huge fad last year. We have tons of them at the shrine. So if you like, could you take a few off our hands? Dad brought a whole box home for some reason. Then he said they were for me. I don't know what to do with them. P.S. I was so bewildered I couldn't do any practice swings with Samidare. Okay then. Anyway, no more experiments today. Well, at least we got some good data. Then Kurisu hides her mouth with her hand as she yawns. I'm dead tired and my hair's dried out. I want to take a shower and go to sleep. I sigh and take a boxed lunch out of the convenience store bag. It's cold, so I toss it into the phone wave name set to change and set the timer normally. If you want a shower, there's one here. It doesn't have a bath though. Okurin always uses it. It's probably filthy. I'd be lying if I called it clean. This entire building is in shambles. Anyway, I refuse to use the same shower as Okabe. I understand. Nobody will blame you if you don't use it. Of course, since the three of us stayed up all night, we're all pretty smelly. Given the sweltering heat and the fact that we kept the windows closed all night, I bet this place is smelling pretty rank by now. That's why I'm going back to my hotel once I finish eating. Kurisu slurps her cup noodles indignantly. I bought them at her request. She was raised in America, yet she likes cup noodles? Strange. Celebrity bath time at a high-class hotel? I want to come too. Not a chance. Mayushi wants to come too. You can come anytime, Mayuri-san. Really? Thank you. I take my warm food out of the microwave, take a fresh bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge, and join in on lunch. Hey Okurin, I've been wondering, but why do you drink soda while you eat? Does it make it taste better? I don't really see a problem. Me neither. Same, I didn't give it a second thought. Eh? You're acting weird, Mayuri. It's normal to drink soda while eating. It's normal, duh. No objections. No way, you guys are the weird ones. Well, I'm a pure Docperian. Okay. Daru loves cola like a typical fat otaku, and Kurisu lives in America, home of soda. I mean, that's a fair point. Someone who loves Dr. P above all other beverages, coined by Okurin. Fair enough. So I admit our opinion is biased, but that doesn't matter right now. Now let's discuss Operation Erd's progress. Operation Erd? Oh right, thanks to a certain assistant, I didn't get a chance to present the operation's codename yesterday. Heed me, these D-mail experiments are all part of Operation Erd. The experiments have been fruitful. She interrupts me again. At the very least, we've learned what we can do with D-mail. Kurisu places her empty noodle cup on the table, then retrieves the whiteboard from the development room. While the rest of us eat, she scribbles on the whiteboard, then puts it up against the wall. That about sums it up. Anything to add? I like how they managed to make it so that it looked like writing. Like, I don't know if someone, like, had to create text in to be able to do that, or if this is actually, like, somebody's writing in order to create this background. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort. Nothing especially. She summarized the vital parts. Mayuri has her mouth half open in a blank stare. She clearly doesn't understand. A D-mail can be at most 36 English characters or 18 Japanese characters long. That makes experimentation difficult, so we'll want to improve that first. Furthermore, each D-mail is split into 12 character segments. If you send 36 characters, you'll get 3 12-character emails. If you try to send more, everything after the 36th character disappears. But we figured out how to control when it arrives. That's pretty good, right? Though we can only set it in 1-hour increments, we can control how far back D-mails go by using the microwave's timer. Observation isn't enough. We need to find the underlying principle. What I've written here is nothing but verified phenomena. The underlying principle, you're right. It's not a complete time machine until we understand how it works. What could be the reason for the character limit? Daru and Kurisu remain silent. Suddenly Mayuri, who has been staring at the ceiling in confusion until now, raises her hand. Chicken and bananas become gel chicken and gel bananas, but salt doesn't turn into gel salt, right? So much gel. According to Mayuri, the refrozen chicken had indeed been jellified when she tried eating it. Kurisu's prediction was right. And you can send 36 letters in a D-mail, but everything past that disappears, right? So I think maybe you can't send big things, or a lot of small things. Maybe the curb black hole... it's Kerr black hole. The curb black hole. Kerr black hole. The black hole's hole is too tight. Mayushi, say that one more time, starting from hole. The hole is too tight. Outrageous. Stop making her say stuff like that. Mayuri has flowers for brains, so she's easy prey for Daru's perversions. It drives me crazy. The hole is tight, huh? That might not be entirely wrong. Maybe we have the same problem CERN has with their time machine. Since they can't fully control the lifter, they can't make the singularities perfectly naked, which limits how much they can send. Anyway, 6 Japanese or 12 English characters comes out to 12 bytes. English characters are half-width, so they only use 1 byte, but full-width Japanese characters use 2. Bytes? Not kilobytes? Oh, so Maki says she's bad with computers? Heh, is that so, assistant? Shut up! You don't see things measured in bytes nowadays, so I was just making sure. By the way, 1 kilobyte is 1024 bytes. 1 byte is 8 bits. Well, email isn't just comprised of text, there's more to it, like the sender and receiver's email addresses, the header, and various other things. So roughly speaking, we can send data in 3 batches of 12 bytes then? By the way, I don't know if using a subject changes anything. But I'm pretty sure that chicken and bananas have to be larger than 12 bytes. How do you measure a banana in bytes anyway? Since each grain of salt is tiny, it's possible they could be converted to less than 12 bytes. So larger masses get crushed by supergravity? Mass might not be the issue here. Data doesn't have mass. In any case, since the singularity isn't naked, the object is forced to pass through the event horizon. Inside the event horizon, space and time switch places, causing the subject that arrived at the ring's singularity to reach ultra-high speed. The data crushed and destroyed by supergravity is shot out of the black hole. As a jellyman. But even a small mass has to press through supergravity. How does it emerge unscathed? If the hole is too tight, then just inject more electrons. I don't think it's that simple. I mean, I'm sure CERN's tried that already, and yet they haven't gotten any results after 9 years of experiments. It's not as simple as increasing the flow of electrons. I see. CERN has a lifter, but we don't know what in the phone wave is filling the same role, much less how to adjust it. She has a point. We don't know what acts as the lifter, but we do know that it has successfully created a path wide enough to send approximately 36 bytes of data through the ring's singularity. I don't get it. Mayuri finished with her chicken, looks at us in confusion. Think of it like an RPG. The ring singularity, the entrance to the event horizon, is the gate to the Demon Lord's castle. Demon Lord? Hundreds of soldiers attack the heavily fortified Demon Lord's castle gate. The soldiers can use the magic called Lifter to force the castle gate open, but they can only keep it open for a moment before it closes. During that moment, only 12 soldiers can break through. The soldiers can only use Lifter magic 3 times. The 36 soldiers who make it through the gate return triumphantly as the heroes who slew the Demon Lord. But the soldiers who are left behind are imprisoned by the Demon Lord's minions. They're taken to the castle's prison cells and turned into slimes. The heroes save them after defeating the Demon Lord, but unfortunately they go home as slimes. So the soldiers who went home as slimes are jellymen? But there's an exception. The soldiers can combine into a super soldier with the strength and size of 100 ordinary soldiers. The super soldier has the power to defeat the Demon Lord alone, but since his body is too big, he can't pass through the gate, even when it's opened by Lifter. And so, deprived of his magic's effectiveness, the weakened super soldier is seized by the Demon Lord's underlings and sent home in defeat as a giant slime. Combining soldiers? That's just silly. It's to illustrate that the object can't be too big. I get it. That's really easy to understand. It is? It's a dumb metaphor, but I guess it works, at least as an explanation for why things get jellified. Heh, it's all thanks to Mayuri's hint. Mayushi was helpful? Yeah, great insight, Mayuri. Yay! But it's still a hypothesis. It hasn't been proven. How would you prove it? With human experiments like CERN? If Okabe and Hashida-san volunteer as test subjects, I'll happily experiment on you. Human experimentation sounds kind of dirty, if you know what I mean. But I refuse. I'd rather play the doctor than the subject. Same here. No, not in the way he's implying. Idiots. Kurisu gives us a cold stare and shrugs her shoulders in exasperation. As I keep saying, the real problem is what the phone wave uses as a lifter. That and one other thing, how come the discharge phenomenon and jellification only happen during a certain time frame? We may not understand everything, but we've perfected the art of demailing. Isn't that our final answer? Abbreviated as FA in Japanese, used in the question, is that your final answer, internet slang, originates from a popular quiz show with contestants who want to be millionaires. Oh, if you want to be a millionaire or something like that, or do you want to be a millionaire? Sending mail to the past is amazing, isn't it? Though I guess it's not a real time machine unless we can send people to the past. Even CERN has failed to send humans through. If you believe what Titor says, it won't be another, 24 years before there's a true time machine? Speaking of Titor, while I was taking that little break, I was thinking, why did Kurisu automatically know about John Titor and know about the things that he's posted on @channel, or have said? Because as far as Rintaro and the rest of the characters know, she is not an @channel user, although she has used some @channel slang and manga slang before, which is prevalent on the internet and @channel. So I'm wondering if she might be one of the users that was interacting with the John Titor thread at some point. But I'm not certain about that hypothesis. I answer Kurisu's sarcastic question with a nod. Physical time travel is impossible for us at the moment. We lack the funds and facilities available to CERN. And yet we have realized a form of time travel. We've sent data to the past. We should investigate the phone wave further. We need to understand what's going on. I have some fun ideas for how to use D-mail. I know how you feel, but we can't today. If we shake the building again, Mr. Braun is sure to blow a gasket. He'll raise the rent or kick us out of the lab. We can start experimenting again tomorrow, but this I will declare now. I step onto the couch and look at each lab mem in turn. You have to take off your shoes. It's dirty. Today, what day is it? August 2nd. August 2nd, 2010 is a date which will live in infamy. For on this day, we, the Future Gadget Laboratory, have developed the first successful time machine in the history of mankind. It's not the first. CERN beat us. And you can't even say we developed it. It happened by accident. Huh, it seems that my assistant doesn't know the meaning of the word serendipity. Penicillin, X-ray machines, dynamite, these inventions and more were all born from coincidence. I guess. But Chris-chan, you said before that time machines don't exist, right? But now you admit they do. It's just that I have to admit it for now. If we investigate how the phone wave works, it might turn out to be something that only seems like time travel. Does nobody have any respect for my grand declaration? Don't complain if I take all the credit for inventing the first, second, whatever, time machine in human history. The 66th Round Table Conference ends here. Dismissed. Wait, what? That was a round table conference? I didn't know that. And it's even the 66th. Who cares what kind of table it is? Kurisu gets up from her chair and stretches. I'm gonna go back to my hotel, take a shower, and sleep. Mayushi has to go to work soon. I'm incredibly tired too. Let's just sleep today. But when I lie down, I find myself unable to sleep. Though part of me is still frightened by the dark secrets we've uncovered, the curiosity and excitement are too much to bear. We've built a time machine that can send emails to the past. It's like a dream, but it's real, and it's ours. As I start thinking of ways to use it, my imagination spreads out to infinity, driving the last vestiges of fear from my mind. I'm standing in absolute darkness. How long have I been here? I can't remember. I can't move. I can't feel. I can't see. The world is empty. No, not empty. A voice resounds in the blackness, as if whispering in my ear, as if screaming from far away, as if dozens of people around me are speaking at once. Where am I? You are beyond the event horizon, where time and space switch places. Suddenly, the darkness is dispelled. An ocean of stars fills the heavens. The sight is breathtakingly beautiful. However, one point in space lacks stars. I notice that point. I stare at that point. My body starts to fall. I'm falling through the sea of stars. No, not falling. I'm being pulled into a rift of utter darkness from which not even light can escape. In an instant, my consciousness has exceeded the speed of light. Stars flash past and vanish from sight. Light itself is but dust in my wake. Logic screams that this cannot be. Nothing can move faster than light. That would contradict the theory of relativity. You aren't moving. That voice again. It comes from behind, overtaking my faster-than-light consciousness. At the same time, it seems to lie in wait at my destination. Why do I hear Christina's voice? You aren't moving. Those same words. Remember what I said. Here, space and time switch places. You can't move through space, but your time is stretching out to eternity. I accelerate. I can hardly breathe. It feels like something is crushing my body. 1 second for you, an eternity for me. As I observe you from a distance, I see you as a still object. I fall. I'm pulled to the depths of the dark, or perhaps to the end of the universe. But even beyond the speed of light, I'll never reach it. Am I looping? No, that's not it. Is the end running away from me? That's not it either. Stretching. What is stretching? Space? Me? Don't look back. Eternity is not infinite. Time stretches towards eternity, yet it has an end. Something approaches. It approaches slowly, a stark contrast to the stars flashing past. Is it really approaching? It looks like it's standing still. Its slowness gives it that illusion. I don't know what it is, but it is something. The event horizon. I try to reach towards it, but my hand won't move. Don't look back. You will see only yourself, trapped in a second stretched out to eternity. I'm slowing to a stop, but still I keep falling. The end never comes. An asymptomatic approach to zero. When will this second pass? Time and space have switched places. A second stretched out to infinity. 1 second becomes 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds becomes 0.01 seconds. 0.01 seconds becomes 0.001 seconds. 0.001 seconds. 0.00001 seconds. 0.00001 seconds. 0.0000001 seconds. Oh god, is this gonna go on for a while? 0.000000001 seconds. 0.000000001 seconds. When will I arrive? Gradually, time shortens. Gradually, my perception of time lengthens. Face forward. Struggle on. No matter how close I get, I can never reach. To the Demon Lord's gate. Suddenly her words take on an amused tone. The Demon Lord's gate. You don't have the key. You can't pry it open. I try to shout, but my mouth won't move. I mustn't look back. You will be captured by the Demon Lord's minions. Pictures from the Jellyman's report flicker through my brain, my body. Don't look back. I want to look back. I want to go back. I can't look back. I can't go back. I face towards the thing. I face the future of becoming a Jellyman, while frozen for eternity. What the fuck? Roused by a melody, I slowly open my eyes. Instead of an ocean of stars, I see the lab's familiar ceiling. Ugh, what a bad dream. It's bright out. What time is it? My phone is ringing. It says I have mail. This must be what woke me up. I came like you said, Okabe-kun. You promised to show me the IBN 5100, remember? Are you there? Your windows are open and the lights are on. If you're there, could you open the door? I'm out front. That demon? That male demon again? I thought I told her to stop with the spam. I checked the clock. It's 9 a.m. I slept for over 15 hours! Christ. What else did she say? Are you asleep? Ignoring me, maybe? I'm climbing the stairs now. Please reply. Are you pretending to be out? I'm coming to the door. I was going to knock, but the hallway's dark and scary. I'm afraid something will jump out if I make any noise. Did you go out? Where are you? Are you still in Akihabara? Okay then. No wonder I feel so lethargic. I stifle a yawn as I unlock the door. Ah! When I open the door, I see Shining Finger, Kuryu Moeka, standing there looking down at her phone. I was asleep. Her expression doesn't change, but she bows her head slightly. I guess that's her way of saying sorry. I guess I can't just leave her standing there. I reluctantly invite her in, then shut the door and collapse back onto the sofa. I'm still half asleep. I went to the trouble of inviting her in, but Moeka just stands in the corner of the room. You're covered in sweat. Heh, I just had a little taste of what it's like to be a particle drifting through space. That was one hell of a nightmare. Maybe I'm more shocked by the truth of CERN's experiments than I thought I was. At any rate, I'm still drowsy. My vision's a little blurry too. I feel like yawning again. I failed to stifle it this time. So you came to see the IBN 5100? Moeka nods. Then she starts entering something on her phone. We're face to face. Why is she sending me mail? I've never seen anyone act like this before. Or maybe this is the curse of the Esper power known as Shining Finger. Use it too much and you lose the ability to talk normally. I'm not reading it. Moeka's shoulders twitch. I'd feel like an idiot exchanging emails when you're standing right in front of me. Besides, I don't have the energy to read each and every mail right now. Speak. But instead of speaking, she just stares at her phone. I see her cheeks faintly stiffen. She's probably daunted by my aura of madness. Understandable. I am the harbinger of chaos, after all. Is it okay? Oh, now she's talking. Too bad I don't understand what she means. Is what okay? I don't miss the way Moeka quickly scans the room. Please show me the IBN 5100. Fine, but just look. After you look, you leave, okay? I won't sell or lend it to her no matter what. That machine is critical to our hacking operation against CERN, the enemy. Moeka bites her lip, but she soon nods faintly. I open the curtains to the development room. Off to the side is the cardboard box with the IBN 5100 inside. It's in that cardboard box over there. I point to it by jerking my chin. Moeka slowly walks up to the cardboard box, takes a breath, and peeks inside. Ah! Her eyes instantly light up and she stares at the machine in fascination. Maybe she's not only a male demon, but also a retro PC maniac? Or maybe she's even a pervert with a retro PC fetish? No way, I don't want to live in the same world as perverts of that level. After staring at the IBN 5100 for a few moments, Moeka starts cheerfully typing out a mail. What an annoying woman. It's probably not worth the effort to read the email. But I'm reading it. You said I could come look, remember? I want to take a picture. No unauthorized photographs. First, show me the camera you're going to use. Unless I place strict restrictions on photography, she might snap my picture when I'm not paying attention. I'm being chased by the organization, so I can't expose my face to the media. Moeka stops moving once I give her my instructions. Just place the camera you're going to use on that shelf so I can see it, okay? No funny business. Moeka silently places her phone on the shelf, but she doesn't let go. She keeps her hand on it. That's it? You're going to use your phone camera? Moeka nods, still expressionless. I thought she was doing a magazine article, but if she's using her phone, something tells me she's not very good at her job. Or maybe she's so nervous about interviewing me that she forgot her camera. At any rate, I'm starting to feel sorry for her. Alright, you can take as many pictures as you want, but on one condition. No face shots. If you take a picture of me, I'll have no choice but to silence you. I don't want your picture. Oh. Moeka starts shooting the IBN 5100. She doesn't even glance at the great Hoenn Kylma. Heh, she may act like she doesn't care, but I can tell she's waiting for me to lower my guard. She can't deceive these eyes of mine. A picture of me is worth millions to the right people. Given her stalker-like behavior, it seems safe to assume that I am the true focus of her interest. But I won't be exposed so easily. I feel sorry for her, but I can't let the organization find me. I've been on the run for so long that caution has become habit. Leave no trace of where you've been. Stay vigilant around the clock. That's how you stay alive. I keep my guard up, ready to respond with lethal force should she attempt to take my picture. But 5 minutes later and she's still focused on the IBN 5100. It's like I'm not even in the room. Tch, she dares attack my pride? A fearsome opponent indeed. 30 minutes later, Moeka is still taking pictures. The period between shutter sounds has lengthened, but she's still adjusting her angle for every shot. Her expression is completely serious. Come on, it's a computer, not a supermodel. I watch her work from the lounge as I munch on a breakfast banana. I would have preferred to get something from the convenience store, but I didn't want to leave Moeka alone. I know the IBN 5100 is too heavy for her to carry, but still, there's no telling what this fanatic will do if I let her out of my sight. Suddenly, I get another mail. What is it this time? It's so absurd that I have to go along with her tedious mail talk. It's probably just another worthless mail from Moeka. If she wants to assert herself, then she should speak up. After staring at me for several seconds, she grabs the cardboard box and starts to lift. Ugh! Hey, hold it right there! What are you doing? Taking it home. Like hell you are. Who said you could? Fortunately, she's much too weak to lift the behemoth of a computer. That's not the button I meant to press. You didn't reply to my mail. What? I quickly checked the most recent mail. Borrow the 5100, can I? Since you're not replying, I guess that means I can borrow it. Thanks. So if I don't reply, that means it's okay. I see the logic behind. No, that argument's just irrational. Moeka's still clinging to the cardboard box. Step away from the machine. She listens to me and reluctantly stands up. Now listen well. The Phantom Retro PC, the IBN 5100, has chosen me, Hoenn Kylma, as its contractual master. That's the undeniable truth. Not even God can change this decision, for it is the choice of Steins Gate. Besides, I'm only borrowing the IBN 5100's power. When I'm done with it, I'm returning it to its original owner. Who's the original owner? Tell me. Stop with the mails already. I can't tell you. I swore a blood oath to maintain secrecy and protect the original owner from those who desire the IBN 5100. I mean, anything could happen. Moeka might seduce Luca's dad, for instance, and get him to lend her the IBN 5100. And then I couldn't complain if Moeka took it away. I must avoid that situation at all costs. Of course, I don't think Moeka can seduce anyone with her personality, and since Luca's dad has a wife and kids, I don't think he'd fall easily either. Tell me where you found it, right? I'm probably just thinking too much. Moeka, meanwhile, is staring at the floor in what I assume is defeat. I am not without sympathy for your plight. I formed a contract with the IBN 5100 for my own goals. After I achieve those goals, you can negotiate with the original owner to form a contract of your own. When I return the IBN 5100 to Yanabayashi Shrine, Ragnarok will be over, and the fate of the world will have already been decided. And when Ragnarok is over, whether it ends in victory or defeat, my life as Hoenn Kyoma will be... No, forget what I said. This is no time to be thinking about the future. After all, my future is already... Anyway, where was it? Geez, I had some good angst going there. She's just oblivious to the mood. The IBN 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. Just then, I hear the sound of the door opening. Moeka twitches. I look into the lounge and see Daru wiping the sweat off his brow with a towel as he comes in. Guten Morgen. You sure are early. Ever since university went into summer break, Daru has been coming to the lab in the morning less and less. But then again, he's also been staying up all night more and more. I went to bed early, woke up at 5 this morning. Man, it's hot. It's not supposed to be this hot in the morning. Oh, Ocarin, who's this sexy 3D woman? Let me introduce you. This is Shining Finger, Kuryu Moeka. Shining Finger? Does her hand glow with an awesome power? No, but she's definitely an Esper. An Esper? That's stupid. Watch her type, you'll see. Well, whatever. Welcome to the lab, Kuryushi. Even though Daru bowed his head, Moeka doesn't so much as look at him. She's now looking down at her phone, not that she ever really looked away. Daru turns red. What magnificent ignore skill? Are you looking down on me because I'm a fat-ass Ota? You're a mainstream woman, aren't you? What the fuck does that even mean? A derogatory term used by otaku to describe women who subscribe to a way of thinking incomprehensible to men. Such women are supposedly influenced by mainstream culture as promoted by women's magazines. Some claim that this phrase is used by men to justify their lack of success with women. Yeah, that definitely sounds like that. Moeka, this is my favorite right arm, Super Haka Daru. Moeka lowers her chin imperceptibly. Was that supposed to be a bow? Her expression hasn't changed at all. Everything Daru says flows cleanly through one ear and out the other. And she was so eager to meet the Super Haka before. Okay, hey Ocarin, did you do something to her? Like what? We were just taking pictures. Pictures. So you're going to blackmail her and force her to be our sex toy. Stop applying eroge logic to reality. My bad. Daru's jokes aren't helping. Oh right, I thought up some upgrades we could make to the phone wave. Like what? You know how it's a huge pain in the ass to send emails to the past? Yeah. I want to simplify that process. Oh, and also make it possible to forward from the phone wave's dedicated phone. Forward? What do you mean? Right now, you can only send a D-mail to the phone attached to the phone wave, right? That's right. In yesterday's experiments, my phone was attached to the phone wave, named subject to changes socket, so my inbox got flooded with D-mails. That's pretty inconvenient. If we give the phone wave's dedicated phone a forwarding function, we can use it to send emails to any number we want. How long will that upgrade take? 2 or 3 hours? That's if you help me, though. Understood. I'll help. Okay. Daru really is reliable. I walk up to him with my hand raised for a high five. But he completely ignores it, sits on the sofa, and begins eating. Damn it! Pay attention, Daru! I slowly lower my hand. Well, whatever. Once the upgrades are complete, we'll gather the lab mems and begin discussing serious D-mail use. It's time to think about the practical applications of sending mail to the past. Another mail? I could ignore it, but the ringtone keeps demanding my attention. This is far more irritating than normal conversation. You said something about sending emails to the past, didn't you? What does that mean? Tell me. Daru, you idiot! How could you make such a basic mistake? Moeka, whose eyes have never once left her phone, is now staring straight at me. I need to talk my way out of this somehow. She may just be a part-timer, but she's still a journalist of sorts. If she learns that we've built the world's first time machine, there's no way we'll be able to keep it under wraps. The organization is sure to find out. I can't let that happen. You misheard us. No. Moeka shakes her head. I know what I heard. Moeka's pretty persistent. I know that because of her mail attacks. She won't let me escape so easily. What should I do? In frustration, I put my phone to my ear. It's me. There's a problem. No, not that. Information on number 8 got leaked to a third party. Yeah, I know. I need to do something. Depending on the situation, I may have to silence her. Yeah, I know. We can't let the organization know about this. Steins Gate seems to enjoy sending trouble my way. Heh. Don't worry. My seat in hell can wait until Ragnarok is over. Elsai Kongru. I put my phone in my pocket and turned back to Moeka. Who was that? It doesn't concern you. Moeka looks down and begins typing another mail. FB? What the hell does that mean? Since she didn't include her usual signature, does that mean she was in a hurry? Her expression didn't change at all, though. Anyway, I disregard the mail's contents and take one step towards Moeka. She makes no attempt to escape. I'm standing between her and the door. Kuryu Moeka, you must swear to protect our secret, or die. Choose now. No time to think it over. No alternatives either. You have learned our secret, and now you must pay the price. You'll kill me? Only if you try to go public. Underestimate the insane mad scientist Hoenn Kyoma at your pair. Are you at it again, Okurin? Daru's standing behind me. I turn around in surprise. Kiryushi, was it? Okurin's kind of crazy, so it's okay to ignore him when he talks like this. Can't you see what's going on, Super Haka? Imbecile, because of your careless tongue, she found out that the phone wave name subject to change is a time machine. A time machine? That was pretty careless too. Gah! This is awful. Everything that could go wrong has. How do I recover? First I need to silence Moe. Tuturu, good morning! Okurin, Mayushi wants to warm up some chicken before you start the time travel experiments. I dropped to my knees in utter despair. We're finished. It's impossible to talk our way out of this one. Kuryu Moeka, I'll tell you everything, and I have a favor to ask. Tremble, right arm of mine, by the covenant I command thee, come forth, hellfire of darkest black, fulfill my desire for ultimate destruction. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Hurrah! I pull hard with both my arms, tearing the microwave door free with a terrible screech. The screws were loosened, but it sounds like I might have broken something too. Well, whatever. Ah, now I can't warm up any more chicken! This isn't a microwave anymore, it's a time machine. That's not fair. Go buy a new microwave, Okurin. I don't have that kind of money. Besides, this was Daru's idea. Removing the microwave door means we don't have to open it every time we want to send a D-mail. Daru is currently reprogramming the microwave so that it won't stop when the doors open. He's already programmed the forwarding feature. Moeka takes a picture with her phone. I cover the lens with my hand. I told you, no pictures. In commemoration. Of what? Anyway, no pictures. Moeka complies. I registered her as Lab Mem number 5 just a bit earlier. It was a choice between letting her leak word of the time machine or forcing her to join our group. I reluctantly chose the latter. Ugh, I've gone soft. The old me would have killed her without a second thought. Moeka is standing right next to me, but my monologue has no effect. Looks like she wants to ask me something. What is it? Is it really a time machine? Yes, you'll see, but you can't tell anyone, okay? Moeka nods. Alright, program complete. Kurisu, lying on the sofa, looks up from the technical manual she was reading. She got here about 30 minutes ago. Then let's resume the experiments. But won't the manager scold us again? Heh, don't worry. Yesterday I made this promise with Mr. Braun. I swear there won't be any more shaking today. In other words, the no shaking promise only applied yesterday, so since today is yesterday's tomorrow, we can shake it all we want. That doesn't settle anything. Why you're so confident is a mystery to me. In other words, Christina, you want me to erase Mr. Braun? No! Besides, I don't think a wimp like you stands a chance against him. He's so muscly. Unfortunately, it's impossible to experiment without shaking the building. I have no choice but to renegotiate with Mr. Braun somehow. The other 4 members look at me in anticipation. Are they planning to sacrifice me? Is this the choice of Steins Gate? But how do I... While trying to think of a way to avoid talking to the manager, I wander over to the window and look outside. The street below is mostly empty. A girl is polishing her bicycle in front of the building. A much younger girl is squatting next to her, watching her work. They're alone. I can only see the backs of their heads from here, but I know who they are. Hey you! Part-time warrior! When I call her, Suzuha looks left and right while wiping the sweat off her brow before finally looking up here. Sup? The girl beside her also looks up. This cute little girl is Tanoji Nae, Mr. Braun's only daughter. Looks like she came to play with her father today. I've always wondered how it's possible for such a muscular man to spawn such a cute girl. Nae bows her head when we make eye contact. I return the nod, then call out to Suzuha. What are you doing there? Can't you tell? I'm polishing my bicycle. Aren't you working today? Of course I am. Why else would I be here? You're polishing your bicycle even though you're at work? I mean, I guess the store barely has any customers. To put it bluntly, was there even a need for a part-timer? What, is she still tinkering with that bike of hers? I can hear Karisu's sour voice from inside the lab. She was there when I came in, glaring at me. Looks like they're still fighting. Hey, part-time warrior, where's Mr. Braun? Mr. Braun? Who's that? The manager of that junk shop you work at. It's not a junk shop, it's a CRT specialty shop. My assistant's so picky. Junk shop was just a joke to add a little Ho and Kyoma spice to the mix. Oh, so that's who you meant. Daddy's name isn't Mr. Braun. The little girl diligently corrects us on her father's name. She must not get the joke. The boss is on a service trip. I don't think he'll be back for a while. But what? Is that true? It's true. I wouldn't be slacking off like this otherwise. Ah, Nae, don't tell the boss I said that, okay? Then let me ride your bicycle. It's a blessing from the gods. I give my gratitude to part-time warrior and shift my attention back inside. You heard her. This must be the choice of Steins Gate. Mr. Braun is currently absent. In other words, we can experiment to our heart's content. That doesn't solve the problem, you know. I'm telling you, it's the choice of Steins Gate. Whatever, I want to try out the Phone Wave 2nd edition, volume 103. Version 103? I think it would be version. Second Attention Verse Erosion? 2nd edition, version 1.03. How did we get to 1.03? Enough of your fun, sophisticated names. The upgraded version shall be known as Heavenly Merry-Go-Round. The name doesn't matter. Let's just start the experiment. The sound of a camera interrupts our quarrel. Moeka has her phone pointed at us. How many times have I told her not to take pictures? You looked like you were having fun. Mayuri smiles happily. Daru doesn't react. Kurisu turns away in a huff. Hardly. I'm fed up with these people and they're fooling around. This assistant is such a tsundere. Who are you calling a tsundere? Oh, Makaseshi, you know what tsundere means? No. I think you do. It's written all over your face. Kurisu bites her lip. So she is familiar with otaku culture. I wonder how she got that knowledge while living in America. Experiment, please. Moeka's tired of waiting. She's shown great interest in the time machine ever since we told her the truth. Of course, I made her promise never to write an article about it. I threatened to take her phone away if she breaks her oath. That probably would work as a way of keeping her in line with how attached she is to it. The phone wave, name subject to change, is ready to send a email whenever we are. I'm setting it up so it forwards to Okurin's phone. Daru types my phone's mail address into the X68000's keyboard. We decided Mayuri was going to be the one to send the D-mails, so she starts typing on her phone. We set the microwave timer to 60 pound and press start. Even though the door has been removed, the microwave runs like always. The discharge phenomenon occurs and Mayuri's mail goes through the phone wave name subject to change his dedicated phone to mine. Tuturu! Mayushi! It really... Moeka stares at my phone in what I assume is disbelief, though it's hard to tell given her lack of expression. What do you think? This proves that the phone wave, name subject to change, is an honest-to-goodness time machine. Moeka just keeps staring at my phone. Hey! Part-time warrior's voice comes from outside the window. It's shaking again, and there's a strange light, too. What are you doing up there? I decide to ignore her. Mr. Braun is one thing, but she doesn't scare me at all. Now then, lab mems. I assemble all the lab members, including Moeka, for a meeting. The 73rd Roundtable Conference will come to order. Yesterday was the 66th. Where'd the other 6 go? Only anal retentive bastards care about the minor details. That's why you'll never be more than an assistant, Christina. What's a roundtable conference? Tell me. Oh my god. Like I keep saying, I'm neither your assistant nor Christina. I ignore Karisu's complaints and proceed. In the first stage of Operation Erd, we tested the limits of D-mail technology. We discovered that we could only send up to 36 English characters. Today we advanced to the second stage, practical applications of D-mail. Operation Erd sounds military. Practical applications. I'll send one to this morning so I can say, "Good morning, Okarin." Like hell you will. Write that on the back of a leaflet or something. But if it's on the back of a leaflet, you won't get it. When I say practical applications, what I mean is, I take a short pause to look at all 4 members, then I lower my voice. Changing the past. Shock ripples through the room. Now hold on, it's too dangerous. Are you trying to play God? Oh, what's so dangerous about it? Let's say you create a time paradox and blow up the world. What do you plan to do then? Well, I guess we'd be dead. You're going to change the past so recklessly? Are you kidding me? Don't tell me. You're not seriously trying to bring chaos to the world or whatever, are you? Nah, he's all talk. It's fine to ignore him, Makiseshi. Mayuri-san sure is funny. Change the past. I wanna try. What's this about chaos? Are you a bad guy, Okabe-kun? Really? Don't worry, Okarin's actually a very nice person. You'll see. I don't remember asking for an appraisal, but I'll answer Christina's question. My dream is to plunge the world into chaos. However, it is still far too early to bring that dream to fruition. We can only send 36-byte emails. That's not enough for my purposes. I disagree. You won't lend me the IBN 5100, meanie. Therefore, I shall set my ambition, Project Chaotic, aside for now. Project Chaotic? Did you just come up with that? Correct, Makiseshi. Yes. Okarin just says the first thing that comes to mind. He's always like that. Don't analyze me, Daru. And you, assistant, stop that fist pumping. You making fun of me? So what are we going to do? Yeah, how do you want to change the past anyway? Okabe's funny too. First of all, the purpose of this experiment is to verify whether or not we can actually change the past, so it doesn't matter how trivial the change is. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? Of course. Yeah, it's like that saying, when the wind blows, the bucket maker gains. Eh? No, it's kinda like that, but kinda not. A butterfly flaps its wings in Beijing and a storm happens in New York, right? Yeah, that. Part of chaos theory. I've never heard of the butterfly effect. Everyone's so smart, I can't follow the conversation. Aw, poor Moeka. I feel kinda bad for her. The theory that even if something can be expressed with a simple formula, it is hard to perfectly predict its outcome. However, this doesn't mean that the result is random. It means that the slightest variation in initial conditions can cause a widely diverging outcome. This theory only applies to long-term predictions. Basically, any change, no matter how small, could have a significant effect on the future. How do you plan to take responsibility for that? Titor said that the many worlds interpretation holds true, and that makes it okay to change the past. You're going to believe that self-proclaimed time travelers' delusions? Can you prove their delusions? I'm asking what you're going to do if they are. How are you going to deal with the consequences? Kurisu and I glare at each other. Many worlds? You mean there are more worlds just like this one? I don't believe it. I don't think this argument is going anywhere. For some reason, I always end up getting emotional whenever I argue with this impertinent assistant of mine. Such weakness is unbefitting of an insane mad scientist. I need to calm down. Christina, you said this before, did you not? When hypotheses pile up and when hypotheses pile up and theories are verified, they become reality. That's how modern physics comes to understand the truth of the universe. You're contradicting yourself. No, I'm not. We don't even have a hypothesis for how the phone wave works. We're just fumbling around in the dark here. There are still too many risks to try changing the past. We should wait until we know more. Oh, so she's not unconditionally opposed? You're actually itching to try it out, aren't you? Well, Kurisu quickly looks away. Besides, didn't you want to prove that the phone wave name subject to change isn't a time machine? If it's not a time machine, then it can't change the past. You could prove yourself right, so why are you against it? Oh, shut up! And if you're going to talk about time paradoxes, then what about CERN? They've already sent more than 100 people to the past. Surely a few paradoxes have happened by now. CERN? Did you say CERN? So you want to stoop to the same level as the guys that did those inhumane experiments? We're not doing human testing or anything, so relax. Suddenly Mayuri raises her hand. She was staring blankly at us this whole time, so I'm a bit surprised. Okarin, Mayushi doesn't really get it, but what are you going to change? Finally, some constructive conversation. My goal for this operation is simple. We, my friends, are going to win the lottery. Everyone except for Moeka stares at me open-mouthed. I'm for it. If we win the lottery, I can buy all the computer parts I want and go to May Queen for every meal of the day. We'd be stupid not to try it. That's my super hacka. Money? Okarin. That makes Mayushi sad. We should do something that will bring peace to the world. Like, what if we give everybody in the whole wide world an Upa cushion? Peace, you say? Don't be ridiculous. I am the insane mad scientist Hyo and Kyo, and here I thought you had ambition. Tch, I'm surrounded by idealists. Don't get me wrong. This isn't about world peace, and it isn't about ambition. It's about discovering whether or not we can change the past. The easiest way to do that is to see if we can win the lottery, right? But your primary goal is the money, isn't it? With that kind of money, I could say goodbye to this rickety old building. Wah ha ha ha! I could get an office in Daibaru or UPX. See, just like I thought. I won't whitewash it. If we moved, we could experiment as much as we want without fear of Mr. Braun. If we had money, we could build the future gadgets of our dreams. And of course, we could buy a truckload of Mayuri's favorite bananas. Truckload? No, Mayuri-san, don't let him tempt you. Shut it, Celeb 17. Serendipity? Celeb 17. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You live in a hotel off of your parents' money. You could never understand the plight of poor students like us. Kurisu puts on a sulky expression. I'm 18 now, she protests, but I ignore her. It doesn't matter if she's 18. Celeb 17 sounds better. What do you think, Moeka-san? No reaction from Moeka. Whatever my assistant was trying, it didn't work. I have no idea what Moeka is thinking, but I'll treat her lack of opposition as approval. If you're going to complain, then suggest an alternative. A change to the past that would be both trivial and easy to understand. Got anything? Let's try changing the hotel I'm staying at. Krisu's voice lacks conviction. How are we supposed to know the difference? If you want to stay in Ugui Sud... What? If you want to stay in Ugui Sudani, do it on your own. That should be easy for a celeb 17 like you. Do you have to say it like that? Anyway, why Ugui Sudani? Because that's where all the love hotels are. One more word out of you and I excise your frontal lobe with a rusty scalpel. Holy crap, a lobotomy? That's mad scientist theory. Then how about we change my fried chicken to a different brand? Nobody cares what brand of chicken you eat. Aww. Silence descends upon us. Krisu and Mayuri are still thinking, but I doubt they'll come up with anything good. As for Moeka, I can't tell what she's thinking or if she's even thinking at all. She's just staring at her phone, motionless. She's not even typing for a change. Daru has already declared his support for me. Now he's browsing Moe news sites as if this whole thing doesn't concern him. Even with a time machine before you all, this is all you can think of. You guys sure lack imagination. If there are no other suggestions, we'll use my plan. Krisu frowns, but she doesn't raise any more complaints. As I thought, she too wants to know if we can change the past. She's a scientist through and through, and if I'm not mistaken, she has a bit of mad in her too. Mwahaha! I take out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me. We're beginning stage 2 of Operation Erd. Yeah, no problem. Iho and Kyoma shall take all responsibility. Heh, don't worry. Nothing will come back to you. Correct. This is my choice and the choice of Steins Gate. Ragnarok is near. Else I congru. I put my phone away and look at my lab mems. Now, begin the operation. Nobody moves a muscle. They just look at each other. What do you want us to do? Are you incapable of doing anything without my instructions? First, we need to buy a lottery ticket. No, first we need a winning number. Exactly, Celeb 17. Now you're talking. Don't call me Celeb 17. First, we have to decide which lottery to go for. Think we should go for Dream Summer Jumbo? I saw a TV commercial for that the other day. Did they announce the winners? Should be next week or the week after. Then there's no point. We can only send emails to the past. Alright. We could wait until the Summer Jumbo drawing date. You've got your priorities backwards. Don't get fixated on Summer Jumbo. Let's look at the last lottery that announced its winners. I'll Google it. Daru starts searching on his computer. Meanwhile, Krisu is thinking hard. If someone sent me the winning numbers from the future, would I believe it? Mayushi doesn't even know how to buy a lottery ticket. That's okay. I don't think teenage girls buy lottery tickets. Have you ever bought one, Moeka? When I call out to Moeka, standing alone in the corner of the room, her shoulders twitch. Then she shakes her head a little bit. How about you, Okarin? I tried the Lotto 6 once. I didn't even get a penny. Hey, Lotto 6 might work. I'm pretty sure they announce winning numbers every week. A quick search reveals that Lotto 6 announces winning numbers every Thursday. They've also posted last week's 1st through 7th place numbers on their homepage. Are you going to send this winning number in a D-mail? Exactly, though of course we have to mention it's for Lotto 6. Last week's first prize was... Whoa, 200 million. What? 200 million? I think my heart skipped a beat there. But wait, first prize is too much. Why? That is an awful lot of money. No, not that. First place would be too conspicuous. What? Don't you get it? I'm being chased by the organization. If we win first prize, the media will cover the event and my cover will be blown. That's stupid. What if Mayushi wins? No, stage 2 of Operation Erd does have its risks, just like Celeb Sev said. Celeb Sev? Don't abbreviate it. I'll be the winner. That way I shoulder all of the risk. And all of the money, right? I see your plan. I ignore Celeb Sev's remark. The prospect of pocketing 200 million yen is certainly appetizing, but that would be too big a change to the past. Just like Celeb Sev said, we can't ignore the butterfly effect. We should flap our wings as softly as possible. I'm not scared or anything. Really. Sure. Anyway, we should aim a little lower. Daru, how much is second prize? Looks like it was 23 million yen. Let's try third prize. That was only 700,000 yen. Yeah, that's good. That should be about right. You're such a chicken. That's rich, coming from the one who was so worried about the risk of time paradoxes, eh, Celebsev? I'm begging you, stop calling me that. I'll settle for assistant. And don't misunderstand, I'm still worried about what could go wrong. I'm trying to minimize our risk by choosing an amount that's just right. Stop being so stubborn. No, you. I decide to let Celebsev have the last word. Could we fill a truckload of bananas with 700,000 yen? Nobody said anything about using the entire dividend on bananas, but it looks like Mayuri intends to do so. Let's ignore the glutton for now. For third prize, you need to get 5 matching numbers. Last week's 6 winning numbers were 02, 12, 19, 34, 35, and 40. The bonus number was 08. First prize is for matching all 6 numbers. Second prize is for matching 5 numbers plus the bonus number. Third prize is for matching only 5 numbers. Moeka, I assign to you your first duty is a new lab mem. Eh? Moeka stares at me. She clearly didn't expect her name to be called. Figure out what to put in the D-mail. It needs to convince an unknowing me 1 week ago to buy into the Lotto 6. Me? You are the mail demon, so this should be right up your alley. Moeka doesn't seem that interested, but she nods. We set the phone wave name subject to change to forward to my phone. Thursday last week, so about 5 days. Is that okay? Krisu puts on her lab coat before checking the phone attached to the phone wave name subject to change. The drawing was 5 days ago. It needs to arrive before that, right? We'll send it to 1 week ago. 7 days is 168 hours, so let's round up a bit and enter 170 pound. 170 pound. Moeka has finished typing the email into my phone. 021219343537. Buy Lotto 6. Sure to win. We replace the number 40 with 37. This way we won't get first or second prize. It'll have to do. We can only send 36 bytes. There's only so much we can say. This mail's kinda shady, huh? I'll redo it. I stopped Moeka from erasing the mail. It's fine. I don't think there's any other way, though it is kind of shady. Don't worry, Okurin loves shady things, so it's perfect. That's not entirely incorrect, but it feels like she's making fun of me. In any case, our preparations are complete. It's hard to believe that this is all it takes to send emails to the past. The time has come. Prepare to open Steins Gate. It's been bugging me, but what is that Steins Gate thing? It's Okurin's catchphrase. Steins Gate is Steins Gate. Nothing more, nothing less. That doesn't explain anything. Don't complain about every little thing. That's not important right now. I place my finger on the send button. My hands are shaking. I fight to keep them steady. Starting up the microwave. I swallow hard. The turntable begins to spin backwards as the microwave comes to life. The timer ticks down. 163, 162, 161. Change the past. It seems very simple to do. But just like Krisu said, there's no telling what might happen. I said I'd take responsibility, but that was just talk. If a time paradox does occur, it could do irreparable damage to the world I know. 150, 149, 148. How am I supposed to take responsibility for that? Lightning crackles in the air around us. It's working. All I need to do is press the send button. 136, 135, 134. I can't stop now. I want to see what lies beyond. Curiosity pushes me forward. There's no way this will destroy the world. There's no way. 122, 121, 120. Elsai Kongru. I press the button. My phone displays a flying mail animation and the words sending mail. 116, 115. What? A wave of vertigo washes over me. It feels as if my feet have left the ground. Suddenly, my vision blurs and everything turns monochrome. Is the ground shaking? Every cell in my body is screaming, this is wrong. Okarun? Are you okay? Mayuri's voice brings me to my senses. I realize that color has returned to the world. What was that just now? Are you okay? Mayuri waves her hand in front of my face. I also notice that there is no timestamp in the corner. After blinking several times, I notice I'm standing stock still, gripping my phone. My phone should be displaying mail sent, but it's not. Instead, it's showing the normal standby display. Something isn't right here. I look around. I'm inside the lab. The phone wave name subject to change isn't on. When I sent the mail, the timer read 1:15. In other words, it should still be running for about 2 more minutes. Yet now the phone wave name subject to change is silent. I scan the room. Other things feel wrong. Just a few seconds ago, Daru was sitting in front of the X68000, but now he's sitting in front of the lounge computer. Did he teleport? At least I don't remember seeing Daru get up and move to the lounge. Kurisu is sitting cross-legged on the sofa reading a massive technical book. She should be in the development room too. Moeka is standing at the edge of the development room. Nothing particularly different about her. Mayuri is next to me, looking at me with a confused expression. This is wrong. Mayuri, how long have I been standing here? Eh? What do you mean? Just tell me. Maybe 30 seconds? 30 seconds? Really? Yep, you suddenly ran over to the phone wave, then you took out your phone and started going, ha, ha. Say that again, Mayushi. Daru calls out from the lounge. Huh? You started going, ha, ha. The ha-ha part. Ha, ha. More sexy this time. Stop it, perv. Kurisu and Daru are exchanging their usual banter. How can these guys be so calm? I just sent a mail that may have changed the past. Why aren't they interested in the result? That's right, the mail. I quickly check my mail. What? The mail arrived a week ago. Huh? What's going on? The money. Did I win the Lotto 6? I search my memories, but turn up nothing. No memories of buying a ticket. No memories of winning 3rd place. Nothing. Hey, Celeb Sev, did I win 3rd place? Don't call me Celeb Sev. And 3rd place of what? What? Again, this feeling of disconnect. I approach Kurisu, who's lounging on the sofa. What did you say just now? What? What the hell did you say just now? Kurisu glares back at me. Got a problem? I asked what, and then you just... Not that, you said 3rd place of what, right? I mean 3rd place of Lotto 6. What? Kurisu gives me a puzzled look. It doesn't seem like she's messing with me. Daru, I sent myself the winning Lotto 6 numbers just now, didn't I? Holy crap. Daru's eyes light up. That's brilliant, man. We can use D-mails to make ourselves billionaires. I could buy all the computer parts I want and go to May Queen for every meal of the day. I am so pumped up. This is wrong. Mayuri, you were gonna buy a truckload of bananas, right? A truckload? Who's gonna fill it up? This is wrong. I look at Moeka. She's staring at the floor like usual, but I don't miss the confused glance she throws my way. Wait, what happened to Stage 2 of Operation Erd? By Stage 2, you mean an experiment to see if we can change the past, right? Right, that's it. Yeah, that's why we're all thinking. What? About what to send, so we can tell if the past has changed. I think we should definitely go with Okarun's Lotto 6 idea. Mayushi thinks we shouldn't be so greedy for dough. But when I say dough, I don't mean like for baking. I think we all know what you mean. Really? That's great! So instead of being greedy, we should do something that will bring peace to the world. Like, if we gave everybody in the whole wide world an Oopa cushion, I think everyone would be happy. The only one who'd be happy are little kids in Mayushi. What? What are these guys saying? They're acting like I never sent that email with the winning numbers. Hello? The front door opens slowly and Lukako sticks his head inside. Well, I'm gonna save. And then that is where I'm gonna call it, because my voice box is getting tired and sore. So I shouldn't do too much more. I think that's kind of my limit, is about like 3.5 to 4 hours with this particular game. But that's okay, I don't necessarily need it to be too long. Let's see here. Let's see. I should probably figure out a way to send a raid. That'd be a good idea, right? Okay, let's see who we should raid then. I don't know if anyone's really gonna be on though. As for people I'm following, it is only the ferrets. Someone's playing Call to the Lamb. Why don't we raid this person who's been playing Call to the Lamb? Because that's a pretty fun game. They only have a followers only chat though, and I'm not really a fan of that. Okay, let's try somebody else. Someone's doing a social Sundays type of thing. What's this? Well, at least they have their chat open to other people, so it doesn't have to be just followers. So, screw it. Let's do that. Anyway, I hope you've had a good time, and I hope to catch you again. I do have the stream schedule up to date as of the current moment. I'll be able to plan more later, but as of right now, this is what we're working with for the stream. But I'll probably see you next time, okay? Bye! Say hi for me.